Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back. Am I still slipping? Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Chelsea match review on a Chelsea Perspective. More importantly, welcome to the Blue Morning Show. So, blue morning to you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well, and I sincerely do mean that. Again, we could see that Graham Potter's went is sparked, but old issues persist, and we did all see that. But overall, it was a much better performance that we saw in the last two games or so. So sit back and relax. Let's get into the show. Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Chelsea match review on a Chelsea Perspective. Of course, the Blue Morning Show. I hope you're all doing well. As it is the tradition here on Chelsea Perspective, I will try to look at what we have in the chat already, say hello to people. And again, I appreciate you finding time to join the show. As usual, Liam Lane is one of the first to join us today. And he says, Blue Morning Kachila panel and Chad, I am done with this team until some decent attackers are brought in. No manager will fix those forwards. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this quickly. I understand your frustration, but I think things will change, and for good. I think Aubameyang will make a huge difference, but I still think we're rushing him into the team. But remember, we've made that argument before, that even if we bring in a Cristiano Ronaldo, Aubameyang with Lewandowski combined, they still struggle because the issue lies on the type of chances we create. Again, sometimes we're a bit too selfish. Sometimes we're a bit reluctant to make the right decisions. We saw a few of that yesterday. There were times when Aubameyang was at the other end waiting for Raheem Sterling to put in the cross without hesitation, and he hesitated, trying to cut back in, cut back out, trying to find space to shoot, rather than putting the ball in the box. But I think that changes the more we have Cucurella play further forward, or Bencho, or they put in the crosses early and they wouldn't be trying to shoot rather. But because Raheem Sterling occupied that position, he's the first thing that comes to mind will be to find space to shoot, because you could say he's an attacker himself, not more of an attacker than a creator. So I think the issue will fix itself. Most important thing is that we saw a much more spirited performance than we've seen in a while. The players played like they want to play for the manager, and we had chances to put away the game. Raheem, who was that again? I think Hakim Ziyech had two chances that you could say should have been a goal. But in the case of Broya, I'd make an excuse for him. He wasn't you could say well situated. Again, he just had to take it one time. It was a fine take. But the argument I really want to make right now is, I don't care what anybody says, Broya should be starting the next game, whether centrally as the number 9, or maybe, even on the flanks. I take Broya over some of those players we had on the bench then, because the kid, as you can see yesterday, he can actually start on the flanks. He's quick, he's powerful, he can run, and he's good on the ball too. So I'm not going to take any excuses why he should start. Yes, we knew Graham Potter was going to start. He was going to bank on experienced players, but I'm not sure. Even though he did relatively well, he did quite well, except for that, not using his experience to stop the man from shooting when we considered. I don't know. I didn't think that playing experienced players will include playing Cesar Spilicueta. That really miffed me. But that's, by the way, again, Matthew, Lee, Benjamin, bigger brother, I haven't seen you in a while. Please do let me know you're fine. That's important to us here, because we're a community here. The channel is ours, not Kuchila's. and like the damn video. I've heard it's been a while since I heard that language. Yes, people, as you're coming in, please keep liking the video. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible, at least before we get to the 1 hour mark. Let's get it to 100. I'd really appreciate that. Sheila, my brother, yes, we have something going. Sheila will soon become one of the writers for Chelsea Perspective blog. We're working on it, and he's a good writer, and he has a good knowledge of the game. So I believe that will work. Good morning, Coach. Good morning to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Again, big up. Yes, Nightbot is back at work. Jorginho was a very good yesterday. Yes, at times he's kept the heck out of me, but he didn't contribute much going forward. He tried, but not as much. Still not as much as I think he tried. That is, I expect from him. I think we need a changes. We need you could say, drastic changes in the midfield area. We can't wait for the chance creations to come from just the flanks. And we learned that yesterday. The chances were all the chances we had all came up from the flanks, which is very predictable. So that has to stop. And again, if you look at everything that happened, you'd be forced to go back to Tuchel's comments. Same players, so same result, no difference. But yeah, Jorginho did. You could say he did well. I have to give him that. Again, at least we didn't lose. Again, like Manny was saying, we were gonna lose. Do I think we were going to lose? No, but I thought we were going to win. We were supposed to win that one. We're talking about a depleted Salzburg. They had 7 players out. So they had 7 starting players out. Again, when I looked at that, 7 of them, only about 3 of them had doubtful, which means about 4 of them certainly wasn't going to start. And during warm-up yesterday, I heard they also lost their starting attacking player. So all those things, again, it just seemed as if the Chelsea FC factor will never go away. It's where, it's well and truly in existence, and it's here to stay. Again, where's, done that already. Again, going to take a month of work with these guys to get them up to scratch. The issue is deeper than us seeing Porter's imprint. We're already seeing again his imprint yesterday. We did see how unpredictable he can be, how unorthodox he can be, and it worked. It's just that we didn't take the chances, which is a familiar issue that we've faced for a while now, which again confirms the former managers. It looks like again it will eventually confirm the former managers' concern. Some players. Same issue, but we're not going to get into that right now. Again, I'm good. Yes, thanks. Okay, you're welcome. Again, and this the Undertaker CFC, same players, same team, same result. We're going out of the UEFA Champions League, and we won't get a top 4. It's going to be a long season. We knew that before time. It was going to be a long season. It was never going to be an easy season, but it's looking like again. If Potter, if he's bent. If the project, his hiring includes, okay, take your time, again, educate the players on how you want to play, then it's going to be a much longer season than we thought it'd be. But again, the truth remains Potter is a smart man, and we're lucky that this past season, he predominantly played a flat back 3, which means the structure of the team whenever we play matches will almost always be the same like it's always been under Thomas Tuchel. The most difference you see like 4-3-3, and in some cases 3-5-2-1 or something like that. But again, we'll see. Again, I still believe we'll do well. We can still mathematically get out of the group, but it will be very difficult. We practically has to win all our. We have to win all our remaining games. So I want to bring in Porter. I'm bringing Bobby. Bobby, how are you doing, man? It looks like I'm still sleepy. Good morning to you, Bobby.
Hi, Coach. I thought I'll try and join you today and see if I can juggle things. Look, Coach, I'm not happy. I think we've been talking about the same thing for years. We're in a perpetual state of rebuild. we pretend a lot at Chelsea and often don't tell ourselves the truth. This is the Marina Granovskaya legacy. We're looking across the road and seeing Erling Haaland banging in goals when she decided to get us Lukaku. She got rid of our last director of football, and we have not had one since and have been suffering since. She made herself director of football. We've got a whole bunch of players that probably shouldn't even be in the club. I've got to call people out now, because having a different manager with the same players just makes no sense to me. Whatever he does is almost meaningless. The root cause remains the midfield. I'm surprised he's probably playing. Well, I'm not surprised. He's probably playing Jorginho just to try and keep some harmony in the dressing room, because Jorginho
possibly the best he can do with at this moment. At the moment,
Jorginho's done. The problem is the midfield. Chelsea's midfield is weak. It is incapable. Jorginho just passes backwards, sideways. Kovacic, yes, he's okay. He dribbles, he goes forward. He's certainly better than Jorginho. He's always making up for Jorginho. But without Kante, the midfield is nothing. And these guys showed it. They were in control of the middle. We're looking for defenders and wide players to score, because the midfielders are not really feeding the attack or helping the defense. Same old story. The team needs a complete overhaul. It really does. And, the director of football can't come soon enough. I think that Christoph Freund was there making notes. I hope he was doing it to help Chelsea. We need to sort this quickly. I think we're out of the Champions League. I think it's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. This is typical Chelsea. And yet another Marina Granovskaya thing. We win something, and the next season she weakens the squad and not strengthens it. And the everlasting legacy that was left for the new owners in a transition was to remove one of our best.
Yes, what I want to say quickly, Bobby. We had the chance. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
He removed one of our best players, and that was Rudiger. Rudiger was also a strong support to the midfield. He used to come in as a CDM sometimes from the back. She frustrated that guy out of this club. I'll be as bold as to say. I call it as it is. I don't care what people's political feelings are, this is football. Plain and simple football. It's not a complicated game. This is men's football. And you're bringing somebody who effectively is a politician, playing politics and destroying the club. She made a lot of money out of Chelsea doing what she did. And people think she helped this club? I don't think so. I think she was very detrimental. I think Roman tried to help her, and he certainly did, but I think she was very detrimental, and we're suffering for it now. And Tuchel has suffered for it. So, I don't know. We're out of the Champions League. I don't see us beating Milan twice and then having to beat Salzburg in Austria. I mean, it's very sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, here's the thing. Is it possible? It is possible, but it's going to be very, very difficult. That's just the truth. And here's what I wanted to say. Do I think Marina is perfect? I'd say no, but I wouldn't go as far back as blaming her for what we witnessed yesterday. Again, that's a chance things turn around. Maybe Porter tried to change it too much at the same time. No, you can't even argue that, because the chances were there. Ziyech could have scored 2 goals. Broya could have scored 1. And in this case, I'm not going to blame him, because he was practically, he didn't have enough space. The defender, I think the ball was deflected, I don't remember, or just the tackle alone is enough to cause him to shoot wide. But that's, by the way, my point is we had the chance to fix this. And unfortunately, as much as I love Thomas Tuchel, we heard him on occasions repeatedly saying we don't need midfielders. And it was the fans that were going, what is he saying here? Because it was obvious to us that we had a serious, again, you're one of those that have always talked about how serious again, how serious the issues we had in the midfield area is. So yeah, I wouldn't go. Now I think we should move on from blaming Marino for anything. If we're talking about the deadwood, yes, but this is gonna be on deadwood. This is the manager had the opportunity to say, okay, I need midfielders, and he says no. No, I don't think it would be wise to go as far as blaming Marina. Do I think she's perfect? I'd say no. But we'll start looking into the game a bit.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a very good position to take, and probably it's a practical position to take. But I never disengage from the root cause of any issue. Now, does it mean we have to solve the problem at hand? Of course we do. But I always keep memory of a root cause so that it's not repeated again. And that, to me, is the root cause of what we are experiencing now. So I keep that in the memory bank. If I start to see signs of that repeating itself, I shout out. I was shouting out at the possibility of losing Rudiger. I was shouting out at the ridiculous targeting of Lukaku. And this is what fans do. Can we really change things? I don't know. But going forward, of course, we have to solve the problem that was inherited, or at least the new owners and the manager does. And they're trying to do that. The travesty along the way is that they're out of the Champions League. And can you get back in? Can this team make top four at the very least? I have my concerns. And why is that? The same players, Hakim Ziyech was bought on hype. Quite clearly, that guy is just hype. He's not a good player. He doesn't have the mental strength or the physical strength. Yes, he can dribble a little bit and whip in across. But modern football at this level, it needs a lot more. And he's not good enough. And these are the kind of people we're relying on. I don't think Pulisic had enough time when he came on. And I don't think Broja had enough time. I agree with you. I think Broja needs to start because he's a young player and he's building up to something. But apart from that, yet again, I looked around that pitch, even the mistake by Thiago, the defense is constantly put under so much pressure. At some point, they're going to make a mistake.
Which all comes down from lack of proper protection from the midfield. And it begs the question, why did Potter himself, not opt for a defined defensive midfielder in, again, Zakaria, who was on the team? But again, maybe the question is, he needs, let me just say this quickly, if you don't mind. But go ahead, when you finish, I'll come in, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the pass for Graham Potter is that he's just got here. And he's probably felt, wow, there's a big Champions League game. I've trained the team for 2 days. I better stick with the tried and trusted.
Which is very common with new managers.
Exactly. So he, rather than put in a guy that's just come to the club like me in Zakaria, which I thought was a mistake. I haven't seen him play. Nobody has. If he's that bad, why did they bring him in the club? But that's another matter, But I think that it's more of that than anything else. But the midfield was diabolical. And we have to stop putting so much on Kovacic because they're carrying a passenger, a fraud in that midfield. Somebody that, pops 1 or 2 passes every now and then, makes 1 or 2 tackles every now and then lives the rest on hype. Too many players are living on hype. J5, Ziyech, it's hype. And I've got to say, I'm beginning to turn off Mount. I'm wondering, listen, really? What is this? I want more from him. I really do. Havertz and goal scoring, another thing that's, I just want to, it's hard for Graham Potter because coming in and making a tough decision on over half the team is a difficult thing to do. You're coming in and destabilizing the dressing room. But if it was during the transfer market, he could well do that. But he won't have a chance now till January. And I just have concerns. I have major concerns for Chelsea right now. I really do.
Yeah, I am concerned too, again, but I'm going to catch up with the chat and I'll come back to the panel. Bobby, I want to get your thoughts on the lineup overall. The structure, I think this can be deceiving. I think this is the structure when we defend, but when we attack, it's a flag back three of Cucurella, Silva, and Salzburg. Reece James, he operated for the forward in the attacking area, and he did quite well. But we'll come back to that. Let's say hi, all. I hope you're doing well. Limitless, nice to see you in the chat there. I hope everything is okay with you. And here we have Kai, Mount, Pulisic, Ziyech, Aspie, all have to go. Yes, in what window? It's September transfer window or December transfer window. Work with them. So let's just support them. Let's talk about, how badly they've played or what they need to improve. I think we'll see a lot of changes. But again, the Champions League, you can say it came a bit too soon. But I'm going to come back to what I want to say first. Again, it kind of says about in coach. To me, it looked like we played 5-2-3 with Cucurella left center back and Sterling left wing back. Sterling, he played in the left wing back position. Surely, when we attack, and Havertz and Aubameyang as the two strikers. I think Aubameyang played as a sole striker, if you ask me. Let me see, what do we have here? Potter contradicted himself. He picked the team on experience and Champions League know-how, but picked his favorite Cucurella over Chile, who has a Champions League know-how. I get the Champions League know-how notion, but really, Cucurella, you could say picking him wasn't a mistake. He justified his selection with his overall performance. My only regret is that he didn't play for the forward where he can put in more, those delicious crosses we're used to seeing from him for Aubameyang to get at the end of it, at the end of them. That is the selection overall. I want to come to Bobby and ask you this question, Bobby. The selection, the lineup in the first place, what do you make of it? Yes, experience is important, but why pick Salzburg for that central position? Even if yes, when we attack, he operates on the right hand side. Fofana would have been a better selection. Even Koulibaly, could have been a better selection. I just don't understand. And I'm going to say this: had it been Koulibaly who got the chance to get closer to that guy that took the shot and equalized the goal, he would stop him. And Aspilicueta knew that he should have done more. You can see him, beating his palm on the carpet there or in frustration because he knew he should have done better. But I want to get your thought on the selection overall, Bobby.
This was a political selection. I don't think Potter felt he had much choice. The first thing someone like Potter does, because his tactics are usually based on endeavor of the players on the pitch and, everybody fighting for each other and unity in the dressing room, he made that pick not only for experience for a Champions League game, but he made it to win the dressing room. If you notice, all the starters were potentially key players, or most of the starters were potentially key players in the dressing room. That's why he benched people that have just arrived, like Koulibaly and Fofana, and went for the, we could say, leaders in the dressing room. The only one of them that really, really justified his place is, the couple of them were Reece James and I would say Thiago Silva, despite the mistake. Kepa, he's there by default, although I think he should be there by merit. But the rest is all political. Aspie's done, but he's the captain and he's meant to be one of the leaders. I think Georgie is now quite influential in that dressing room. That's why he's playing. I just viewed that as political. I think he wanted to get Aubameyang on side because, quite frankly, he should have come off the bench. And, to be fair, although Sterling would demand to play, but he has justified it and he deserves to play. And that's it. That's what we have at Chelsea now. We have a politicized dressing room situation. He has to clean that up. Some people do need to go, but you don't get rid of people without alternative signings. If we're going, I think we should go all out for Rafael Leao. Sadly, it's late now because we've got to face him over 2 legs. And I can't see us really getting any change out of that. AC Milan, make no mistake about it, are a well-organized, good side. They've got people like Giroud. These are we know what they can do. So it's I can't see us winning both legs. I just can't. It's very sad. As I said, this is a serious situation. It's a very serious situation, and he's trying to play it clever. He's trying to create dressing room unity, and you can't do that with your big players not playing. That's just it, really. So that's how I saw that selection. The application and the idea was good, but the players were not the right players to play that way.
Yeah, again, soon we will look at the statistics and we get what we have in the chat. Come back to Roger, get his thoughts on the lineup and the performance overall. Then we'll look at the statistic and soon we'll start rating the players. Furthermore, Summer says Sterling shouldn't have been taken up. I think it was a good decision. The attack became quicker when he left. Again, we created. Sorry?
He was tired by then.
He looked tired. So and again, even during the first half, he didn't do that well. But I wanted him to stay on because he's that type of player. No matter how badly he plays, again, he get 3 chances. That's a chance he scores one of them, and he did just that. But I think it was time to take him off. The players that came on did well. Collins Chinedu, again, a download, nice for being here. He says Kovacic loses the ball more often in the midfield and needs fresh legs. I think he did quite well yesterday. Remember, it's not been long he returned from a long-time injury because I get that, and he's still recovering. Plus, he didn't do badly yesterday. He was one of the better players until he was taken off. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's how I see it. His importance to the team. He's the only person that plays, no matter how deep, how open his defender, how again aggressively they press us. And that's important to our team. I don't, again, here it says, I don't think Chelsea should. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Samuel. Again, don't want to be negative with what I saw in our squad caliber. It might be a while before we get in the Champions League again, unless we have major improvement. A change is needed. I think we'll be fine. But let's see what happened there again. I was shocked to see Aspie in the game. A selection was on a player power. There's a chance that's the case. There's a chance, like we argued during the pregame show, that the manager will go for experience, and he did just that. But Aspie being part of it, I never dreamt that will happen. Kovacic, again, I don't see what he's doing, honestly, and Havertz to these players are not up to standards. Okay, that's your argument. I get it. Mendy is better than Kepa. I'm not going to get into that argument right now. Galen goes was not bad. Again, he's still. I'm sure you're trying to say Stalin. I don't know why you're into calling him that name now. I don't think that's okay here. That's not acceptable here. Let me be specific here. He's still wrong. Again, be careful there. Mendy could have saved that goal. You think? I'm not going to get into that argument. Like I said, Foul Diazo, aka Boogeyman. Nice to see you here, brother. He says, did Potter or Bolly pick the team? But again, it's on Potter. He accepted the job. Yep, that's just the truth. Potter did his best. Yeah, don't forget to like the video. Yes, people, keep liking the video. We have just 15 likes. Let's get it to 100 likes by the time we get to 1 hour mark. Please keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I'm going to come back to the panel immediately. Get your thoughts, Roger. Your thoughts on the lineup, first of all, before the overall performance.
Good morning.
By the way, I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I am. Thank you. How are you?
And I will go ahead to share Bobby's Twitter handle with you immediately.
Yeah, no problem. How are you? Mm-hmm. How is everyone?
Fine. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, like most people. I must admit, I thought Koulibaly would start. I was really shocked about that. I wasn't shocked about Cucurella at all. We all talked about it. Was it yesterday or the day before about J5 playing. That was new. We knew that. I mean, and look, Tuchel. What did Tuchel do his first game? I think it was against Wolves. He picked a very experienced team. In fact, he left out Mount. It's the norm, I guess, for managers, and it's a logical approach. It's a sound approach. I didn't think the selection was that bad. It's just different day, same result. Lack of ability to score, being clinical, simple as that. Formation, it was basically a 3-5-2, correct?
Attack when we're attack, it's some similar, but just say let's stick with 3 at the back when we attack, but when we defend.
Sure. Yeah. No. To me, if you had told me that this was a Tuchel team, I would have said, yeah, I agree. I didn't see any difference, and it's not going to overnight. You're not going to, and especially he's been here a week or so. I thought the selection. I was shocked about Obama Yang playing. I was hoping for Brozier to start. I really was. That was my biggest disappointment. And it's proven. I've only seen him a few times this year, and each time he has not disappointed. He brings energy. And I know we can talk about his performance. He missed that opportunity, but he was fresh on the field. So I don't think Obo is ready to play psychologically and possibly physically. We've discussed this week. I thought, but then again, maybe he impresses on the training ground, and of course he went for experience. He's long in the tooth. He's experienced.
That's a common occurrence when a new manager comes to a new club.
It really is very much the norm. That's a normal approach. Most managers take that approach. I don't know. Just disappointed. Bobby is 100% correct. As I said earlier in the week, we had to win. A draw does us no good. For all intents and purposes, I know mathematically we're still in it, but even if we play outstandingly well, there's a very high probability that we don't get out of the group. We could win every one of our remaining games. Yes, of course we could. Will we? Probably not. Let's be honest here. I'm not a negative person. I'm not an over-optimistic, rah-rah person. I'm just being realistic based on our performance historically. And of course you have to...
Roger, I think, Roger, it's quite simply based on the fact that we don't score. And if you
that's
don't
a
score goals,
small technicality, Bobby. Small technicality. Of course. Checkmate. Yes, it's the same old thing. We are not clinical. I've said it before. That statistic of us producing the most amount of opportunities since Tuchel became head coach, and I can't remember our conversion rate, but it's pathetically low. We're not clinical. And it's a calamity of errors. It's for us to concede that goal. And I love Silva. He is the Rolls Royce of his position. But the gods, they bleed. He made a mistake, which is uncharacteristic.
He's a human being after all.
Yeah,
you can say it's a one-off thing. It's not constant.
Exactly. He's. We're really being picky. He's a great player, and I use that term sparingly. But and I've played keeper, and people are saying, "Well, Kepa should have saved that inside the 6-yard box, please."
And he saw that very late, even though it looked as if he saw it early. He saw that late,
and it's deflected. And don't forget, a person of his size, he has the ability to get down faster than most larger keepers, like a Mendy, etc. He has short wingspan, but he can get down lower, and it's impossible. 9 out of 10 keepers don't save that. As simple as that. So I can't blame him for that. His distribution was excellent. His earlier save in the first half, excellent save. Great footwork to get to that ball. I thought he played well. I'm just It's just the same old issue with not being clinical, creative. Ziyech, I'm very disappointed with. Broja should have started. I think that was the big thing for me.
Yeah, I don't care what happens next and who drops to the bench. I think he should start. IBZ, welcome to the panel, brother. I don't know if you can give me a minute or two to catch up with what we have in the chat. I think there isn't too many contributions there, so I can get back to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah. No
All right, thank you very much. It's kind of saying the thing. It says I think it was a very good lineup. Let's be again a real Koulibaly and Mendy again have been poor, so dropping them both for Kepa and Cucurella was the right option. Kante is still injured and Sterling played. Okay, I get it. Again, in his best position out on the left, Aspi has experience, and at RCB is still able to do a job. Fofana will play in the future. Yeah, I get it again, but that's, by the way, like I said before, had it been Koulibaly who started centrally or even played on the right-hand side, he'd be able to stop that guy because Aspi got to him. Watch a lot of Brighton goal sequences. They score, scrappy goals. We knew that before time. Press the box, again, headers on compete for balls. Chelsea doesn't have a half chance of players. We have players that miss a full chances. Wow, that's even more depressing to learn. Ziyech could have scored 2 goals, not just 1, 2 good goals. But again, you could argue that he's rusty, but I'm not going to make any excuses for anybody. That's, by the way, again, let me see what else we have here. I just like we all agreed here, Potter was going to start with experience. Yep, we said that even before the pregame show. He now knows who he will look at next game, especially Broja. Who showed signs of positivity, how we wanted to attack a space and shoot. I think overall, as a team, we did quite well. But again, the old issues persist. That's the aspect that concerns me the most. I'm going to come to you now, IBZ. Your thoughts on the lineup, or before you talk about the overall performance?
Lineup was normal. What he knew, went for experience. 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. It was a 4 at the back. Yeah, it was interesting. Interesting lineup. When I saw Thiago Silva and the thing at the back, it was like, oh my god, we get caught out here. If there's a one-on-one foot race, we saw a one-on-one foot race, but someone covered him. We saw a one-on-one foot race yesterday. Potentially could happen, but that was covered out instantly. We thank God for the Reece James cover. But yeah, all in all, yesterday's game, it was interesting to see how structured we were. This is what I'm saying. This is what happens when you have a Kovacic in your team and a striker, whoever it is, just a striker up top. It allow others to just play football and try and create chances, which we did. Obviously, our conversion rate wasn't what we wanted. But it was good to see Kovacic on the ball. He was so beautiful to watch. I was like, oh my God, I've missed this guy.
Yes.
He was durable. He was winning it, getting it back, trying to drive the midfield, get it forward. I even think Jorginho played a bit well as well. He won a few tackles. He tried to, play his passes through Cucurella, Reece James, brilliant game. I can't take a lot from it. Obviously, we needed to win the game. Obviously, we haven't won in the Champions League yet. So we needed to win the game. But I think Potter was just trying to experiment the experienced players. Players were off form for final Koulibaly. So I don't think he would have gone straight into putting them out on the lineup considering their form. The goal we conceded, there's so many ways you can look at it. There's so many people you can blame if you really want to. But it was just a lapse in concentration when it comes to the foul on Kovacic, not reacting, still expecting the referee to blow a whistle. you not reacting to the whistle not being blown and getting yourself into defensive positioning, then getting caught out. Jorginho was in a left-back position because Cucurella had already advanced. So what Jorginho did, stayed back there. Thiago Silva had to cover for Jorginho and run across. He had to run across, hence why he had to be for that tackle. But there's so many people you could say, oh yeah, he's a fault. That goal, it is what it is, that goal. I think it's just the lads weren't switched on. Maybe Aspilicueta should have done better there, but Kepa probably could have been saving that, should be saving that, no? Or am I reading that wrong? But
no, again, I argue otherwise, but we all see things from different lenses. So yeah, but go ahead.
So again, it's very hard to say, oh yeah, he's to blame, he's to blame, he's to blame. I could just cumulatively come to a combination of understanding that. Again, like I said already, we're probably not good enough to where we are, where we want to be as fans. The squad is not good enough. It's not a rubbish squad. It's not a bad enough squad to say, oh, you can't compete, but it's not good enough to be the heights of where we want to be. So I think there is a lot of work ahead to do. I'm not going to judge Graham Potter's first game. I was happy for him. I was so happy for him, making that big step up. He looked really dapper in his blazer and his fade, he just looked ready for it. I was really happy for him.
Do you really have to tell us how dapper he looked on his?
But he looked on point, man. I was like, yes, go on, Dapper. Like,
but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I think the players are. They played with no shackles yesterday. There wasn't shackles on the feet. You could see they weren't worried about getting a moan from Thomas Tuchel at the touchline during the water break or at half time. You could just see that there was some sort of shackles that were off the players and they were playing a little bit more freedom. Because you could argue that it's new manager, you want to impress the new manager. But I did see a little bit of improvement in the side in comparison to obviously previous matches. Obviously, albeit we didn't get the win, but it wasn't a situation in which we had a bad performance. Obviously, Ziyech coming on, balls coming in to maybe Ziyech could have scored it. Good save from the goalkeeper. Ball comes in a volley down to Broha. Broha he doesn't lean to it well, just goes over. We had a few chances, but it was an okay game for what it was.
Overall, you could say a much more spirited performance from the player.
I believe the application towards it was good. They had a good intention. Unfortunately, it's just that cutting edge. So we do everything else well, but it's just that cutting edge. It's just that final third situation, and it will pick up. I do not doubt that Potter will look into this. We have an extensive period of break now because we ain't playing on weekend anymore. So we've got a long time to work on these things in the training ground so we can apply that to application on matches. But all in all, we move. Again, let's not, like I tell a lot of fans in it, when you have high expectations and you get results like yesterday, you put yourself into a big disappointment. You start blaming everyone. You start moving emotional and saying, this is this, that, and the third. Just understand that this is the type of roller coaster situations where you'll be going through, where you get a home game where you're supposed to be winning and you don't win a home game when you're supposed to be winning. So this is what happens when the squad may not be where it is. The cohesion needs to be ironed out. Quality needs to be ironed out. A lot of things need to be ironed out before we can sincerely say, you know what, we're gonna smash them.
Yeah, absolutely. Bobby, I'm going to come back to you quickly. And IBC, thank you for that much appreciated contribution. Bobby, again, any positives for you?
Not really.
Yeah, what did you see any improvements? I'd like you to talk about it.
Not really. I think we often delude ourselves with these overt positivities. I think we need to be focused on the problem. Yes, it's quite clear to see that Graham Potter is going to play differently, but differently doesn't solve the problem. Yes, I like some of the differences he has to the approach, but as I say, it doesn't solve the problem. We're still not able to break down a low block. These guys just came and low blocked us, and we continued faffing and floundering because the midfield has no penetration. The midfield doesn't do anything. It doesn't create anything. We are relying on the flanks and defenders to
Which is
score.
very predictable.
And when we do get a glaring opportunity, it's missed by the attackers for whatever reason. That's another extremely frustrating situation. That is what we should be focused on, that problem, because it's a big problem. Now, everybody knows you want to play Chelsea, just low block them. Low block them, play them on the counter. Their midfield is meaningless, so you can do that. Bully your way through the midfield, you'll get a chance. The reason why Thiago Silva made that mistake is that time after time after time, the defenders are under pressure. It is testimony to his brilliance as a player that he makes
Only a matter of time before it happens.
before something happens. Yeah, absolutely. And it's not even about his age, it's about his humanity. So yeah, he made a mistake. Yeah, he should have probably aimed for Rose rather than make that silly two-footed slide tackle. Probably a little bit tired at that time in the game, and perhaps nursing a little bit of a niggle because he had a bit of an action earlier on which kept him on the ground for quite a while, and that was his age. So I'm not impressed. I am concerned, very concerned. I think when the honeymoon period is over for Graham Potter, with a fair number of these players, and not all of them, a fair number of these players that he needs to rely on, the problem will just come back again. And it will keep coming back till we change the dressing room. Get rid of Hakim Ziyech, get Liao. It's expensive. So what? I don't want to hear about price. All these fans phoning up, talking about, oh, he's 120 million. So what? Is Bowley complaining? He's not complaining. Get the player in. All these fans are complaining about the price of players. Does Real Madrid complain about the price they have to pay for players? These guys have a project, they have a plan. They're ready to pay for it. Yeah. I don't know what kind of fan base we have. That almost anti-improvement. Improvement in football is expensive. Bowley Group understand that. They're not complaining. Let's change our mentality and let them get the players we need. If you get Ziyech off the wage bill and get him out for a price, that reduces the overall cost of a Leao. And we need to look at the midfield seriously.
I'm with you, Bobby.
Bobby, Bobby, you know what I'm really depressed about from this game. What I can take away is there's a couple of exceptions, like Gallagher coming on, giving a lot of energy, etc. But the main disappointment is one thing, and that is consider your opponent. Name me one person, apart from maybe their kit man, that would have made our team. Not one.
Not one, yeah.
You're
right.
You're playing against an inferior team, with all due respect to them. Yeah. And I seriously, I say this politely, but we're not talking about a Real Madrid or a Brazil or a City et al. We're talking about a team that is decimated, as coach said, that was missing 7 starters. This is absurd. This is basically a third division team.
Roger, that's why I refuse to paper over the cracks. I'm not going to pretend anything is okay, because you're quite right.
No,
it is not okay.
It was abysmal.
Exactly. So we're understanding that we're not good enough. So why are we still having high expectations for mediocrity players? We cannot sell Ziyech any time before January. We got Ziyech until January. So we're going to have to make do with him. So how long? So before now until January, let's just say performances stay the same, up and down. Do you really think the rest of the league are going to wait for us to sort ourselves out before they get wins? And
to be honest, LB, is that LBC?
Yeah.
To be honest,
IBC.
To be honest, right? I think I would rather see Carney Chukwuemeka on the field than Hakim Ziyech. But the problem with that, and it will probably be more effective. But the problem with that Graham Potter has is people like Hakim Ziyech if they are, shall I say, benched in favor of a youngster like that, they'll start kicking off in the dressing room, which is what
I would like to imagine he's got a good hold of that. I would like to imagine that type of situation. He will manage that. And
well, Tuchel didn't do too much of a good job of that. Lampard didn't do too much of a good job of that. It's a difficult thing to do.
It didn't start today. There's a pattern in place now. It's always, reference to see.
Change has to come from somewhere. Someone has to take the bull by its horn. Someone's got to do it. And it's Hakim. I'm sorry. I'm not saying he played. I mean, it was too quick to judge him. Obviously, his crosses were not crossing last night, which was a bit frustrating. Like, all the left footballs are just not finding the guy. And when it did find the guy...
And he's actually a better shooter than what we saw yesterday.
Or the game before.
I just think he's not, again, like I said, even when you had that guy from, that other guy that was our panelist, even then, this was back in June, I said, Hakim's here. He might not even be a bad footballer, but for the pace of Chelsea, or what we're trying to accomplish, and for the pace of the league, he's not up to it. So maybe need to go to, I don't know, Holland or Spain or Italy, Portugal, to where it's a bit slow tempo for him to actually execute what he wants to execute, because he can't do it. He's going to get overrun over here. And he did get overrun. And, it is what it is.
Gentlemen, also I want to say, I watched the Liverpool game 2 nights ago, and there was one thing that was glaringly different from our team, and that is the quality of their corners. Oh my Lord. Our corners are so poor. We can't even beat the first man. Invariably, this is the case. It's just we're lacking quality in our crosses and corners. Look at the cross where we actually listen. I love Mount. I love what's it called? Our right back. He's brilliant at crosses, but even our goal, that was a defensive error by them. It went through 2 of their defensive players. We're lacking quality in so many places. Consistently, I'm talking about. There's always exceptions.
Oh, yeah. So, I know what you're saying now. So that ball,
you look at Liverpool, they are consistent.
Yeah.
Since Willian left, he was our best corner taker and our best crosser. He was consistently 9 out of 10 crosses were unbelievably good, like a Trent Alexander is now, or a Robertson is now for Liverpool. We are lacking that quality in corners, and corners is a big thing. And then when we do get a good cross in, invariably the header misses. It's over the bar.
What I also noticed yesterday, that we lack height. Was I the only one that saw this? We lack height.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah,
we lack height, man.
You're talking about height?
Yeah, man.
You don't want to stand out why Bobby is here. He's always complained about that.
It's true though.
Sterling's short, man.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. And we were actually, let me just say this quickly. We were actually lucky. We were actually lucky that these guys didn't sense it. Our defense yesterday, apart from Cucurella, he has a good leap in him. Except for Cucurella, in that even when we defend when we're 4 and when we're attacking when we're 3 at the back, Silva isn't the best defending crosses when it's not on the carpet. Same thing as Cesar Azpilicueta. We were actually lucky. Real Madrid knew that. Probably because Carlo. That's last season. That game we lost to them again. Carlo knew that Thiago Silva was weak in terms of defending crosses, and when it's not on the carpet, that's why again they although it wasn't all his fault, but they scored a 3-headed goals against us from the first leg and second leg, and actually from one man, from a single individual. But it makes sense. But Silva, you can say, it doesn't come down to height. That's something that has not been, his strongest suit since I knew him as a player. But that's, by the way, again, let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back. I'll bring in AD love for blue. I hope you still love the Blues. I hope so. Again, it kind of says another thing I noted was how unhappy Sterling looked when he was a bench. That's the decisions the manager make. And when he went off, we attacked better. He looked tired, like Bobby alluded to. Again, it's a simple as that. He doesn't have to play till the game ends because he scored a goal. This is better when compared to the match against Zagreb. A lot of improvement, a much spirited performance, if you prefer, in terms of play, aggression and progression, but still lacking in terms of passing and finishing. More importantly, we've not been clinical enough. That game should have been put to bed by because even 75th minute, we had some chances, some poor decision making also from Sterling himself. When Aubameyang would be at the other end of the pitch, waiting for him to just put in a one-time cross, but he tries to find space for himself to shoot, which is something he didn't do normally at Man City. Man City, at Man City, they're more selfless, and I thought he'd bring that to us. But you could argue maybe because he's more of a striker than he is a creator. That really, I was shouting because we didn't watch along. I was screaming here angrily, "Come on, put in the cross!" And he was always finding the space to shoot. And we expect Porter to fix our problems in this. No, we don't. We knew. Again, he has a lot of work to do. But we're here to talk about what we.
Sorry to cut you off, Coach. Yeah, I noticed something yesterday. There's a resemblance between you and a certain football player, bro. There's a big boy resemblance. And when I saw him yesterday, I was like, "God, this guy resembles Coach." God, I swear to God. And you know who it is? It's Koulibaly.
Yeah.
I swear to God, you have his eyes. If you deep it, guys, you watch Koulibaly and look at Coach. You will see bro, when Koulibaly sat on that bench yesterday and he looked like he was angry or had a screw face. I said, this guy resembles Coach. I swear to God. I said, God, this guy resembles Coach. I was going to pull in the chat. Bro, look at him. Watch Koulibaly and be looking at Coach. Do you see they resemble each other? I swear.
Well, maybe we're distant relatives. No. Let me try and catch up with the chat, but thank you for saying that, brother. Santiago Munoz says overall it was pretty good in the first match on the GP. It was again overall, but the issues we've always complained about remained. Had we won that game, how we scored all the chances, put away all the chances we had, we wouldn't even be talking about the one goal we conceded. But because we missed those, so again, that brings us back to looking at the whole issues that exist within our play, if you prefer. It can still be improved. Yeah, there are chances we can do better than that. And I think we have, you could say, good enough player for things to become better. But I still I'm not sure where we're going to finish come the end of the season, or if we'll be able to make it out of that group. Mathematically, it's still possible, but it's going to be really, really difficult. Did you see that counter attack? When last did you see us counter on the TT? Is that not an improvement? It is an improvement. We're not arguing we didn't see improvement. But again,
I'm just remembering Broha's run. Oh
yeah,
my God.
that was brilliant. That is the intelligence, his ability on the ball. His intelligence, more importantly, to look up before putting in that cross. That cross wasn't just that he was putting the ball into the box. He was putting the ball into the box with intent, with the target in mind. And it was just Ziyech missed it. That was the one that Ziyech missed, right?
Yeah, that one. But there's another one when Broha was actually through. He was going down for pace with the defender, and he's running down on the goal. And I don't know, did the defender get to it or the keeper save it? Just someone remind me. Broha was through. He made a run. He made a run. This was after around the 79th, 80th minute or so. He made a run. Look, let me see if I can remember the highlight. He made a run. Yeah. He's actually bearing down on goal, and I think he's either missed a chance or he's been dispossessed. But those type of signs saw a little bit of improvement. I haven't seen in Thomas Tuchel yet this year. I haven't seen one of our players actually go through on goal and just try and tear down the defender with the last man. And you know what I mean? I haven't seen that this year. So that was actually incredibly interesting to see.
I'm actually optimistic for the future with Broja. I really am. I think in a couple of years' time, we'll look back and say, yes, we had a right to be optimistic. I mean, I could be wrong. I invariably am. But I think he has serious potential. He looks a natural. I know he missed an opportunity yesterday, and it wasn't easy. You know, it wasn't an easy opportunity, and he just come on the pitch, so you have to take that into consideration. But I see quality in him. I see potential. I think he's going to be a proven goal scorer for us. I really do, and I very rarely see that in our team.
Yeah, and here's a delicious comment here from Jafta Sikwa. Did you see how players wanted to take on defenders? Something Porter highlighted that we needed to do more. And Reece James did it more. You can say Raheem Sterling's goal, I give him credit, actually. Even before commending Raheem Sterling for that finish, we must commend Reece James for taking on his man and move, push him forward. And then before finding who was that put in the cross? It was Mount. No, that for Raheem Sterling's goal.
Mount.
Yeah, it was Mount, but it was Reece James, bravely. The bravery of it's him taking on his man. Like that was unusual. He doesn't do it more often than I think. Though he started doing it under Thomas Tuchel, but usually in that circumstance, similar circumstances, he usually opt for the safer options, going back to sideways. Let me go ahead.
Actually, I kind of disagree because I think like he's making this his own move where he turns on a player. He does this week in, week out, actually, because he has the pace where the ball is being passed to him and he won't touch it. He'll just turn on it and catch up with the ball because he knows he can beat one-on-one man with his strength and his pace. But I understand what you're saying, but I see that quality in him week in, week out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and like I think I haven't seen him do it enough. I was just going to bring in AD, but he just left us. But that's, by the way, I think he'd come back again. He told me earlier he'd be off and on. Again, the problem we have Mount and Havertz and the Mendy haven't got a proper competition. They feel their position in the squad is safe. That's a solid argument if you prefer. Again, we have problems in the midfield. That's why our defense is sometimes open. Let's be honest. We knew that all the while. And again, we've always argued how important it is to have. If we're going to be playing like that again, we need we need at least a defined defensive midfielder so that we can have a proper protection for our defense. But that's, by the way, again. Let me see what else we have here. I think Mendy would have saved that goal. Kepa once again beaten easily. That is just I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that.
Yeah.
As much as you think Kepa saw that ball, I think he saw it late. I think it was deflected a bit, actually. It wasn't like it came straight to him. I think it deflected off Cesar Azpilicueta's foot. Correct me if I'm wrong, as he tried to stop it. This squad isn't good enough, Lampard said. Tuchel said it. Again, it will be a story of Graham Potter saying it to. I hope that doesn't happen because we're the ones to suffer for it. I don't want to get into that right now. I think we see Kepa as a sweeper, a goalkeeper. Here's one thing I noticed, actually. Even though Kepa isn't as tall as Mendy, and as much as I love Mendy, I think Kepa actually does look like he commands his area better than Mendy does these days.
He does.
Probably you could argue comes down to Mendy's lack of confidence, or drop in form. But we saw that yesterday. But that's, by the way, again, I agree. Playing Chukwuemeka will help the midfield, but people like Ziyech, again, will divide the dressing room if that happens. Yeah. So it's something that has to be gradual. But again, overall, we all can agree we have a serious problem. Let me come to you, Roger. Any positives for you? I don't think I've asked you that question.
Yeah, as I said, Broja was the big positive for me. He really was. He should have started. I haven't seen any reason why he shouldn't start.
Maybe the manager needed to see that, and then the next game he starts. Yeah, but go ahead.
So true. I mean, listen, we have to give him a grace period. He's barely unpacked his office. I bet you. He's new to the job. The other thing is, I was impressed with Gallagher. Gallagher brought energy and strength and pace. Did you not notice that when he came on? I thought it was quite noticeable. Yeah,
I think he did well. And he didn't play as a six. Correct me if I'm wrong. He played further forward. Yeah, he played closer to the final third. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, he did. Also, and this is no surprise because he's an amazing player. Ruben, every time he comes on, his his strength, his power, the way he shrugs off players, you know, like, can you see Ziyech doing that? No disrespect. Well, it's not his fault. He wasn't born that big. He doesn't have genetics to be that big. But Ruben, he attacks. He went forward. He's the one that got the foul that nearly got us a penalty. You know, the free kick just outside. He brought positivity, his strength, and just his willingness, and his foot speed too. He's very good on the ball for a big man, if you notice that.
He fought.
Yeah.
He nearly got us a penalty too.
And he does this week in, week out. I absolutely love the chap. He's just been unlucky with injuries, and that very big injury, what was it, Achilles, you know? So he played well. He played very well. The positives are there. But as Bobby said, not being clinical in the air and on the ground. It's, you know what? On the training ground, you have to spend X amount of hours just practicing your craft, trying to shape the ball, trying to just the fact that it's week in, week out where we have 65 to 75% of the ball, and we invariably have at least 10 more shots than our opposition, and we either draw or lose. This is not the norm. So what does that tell you? You know, and we're playing against, with all due respect, as I said, an inferior team. Just, it's shocking.
Yeah, but shocking indeed. Again, guys, if you're a mod, again, keep reminding people to like the video again, so that I can talk less about that and concentrate on hosting the show. We have we have how many people? 49 people watching, and we have 26 likes. We should be doing better than that. We have 53 votes on the poll, which has the Porter pick the best 11. At this point, 57% said yes, that was a good lineup, and again, 43% said nope, that was a suicidal. Again, 53 people participated in the poll. You just it takes just a second to do so. You can take a second also to like the video. It doesn't cost anything. If it is free. If anybody asks you to pay, tell them that the Added Time podcast had already paid for you, so you don't need to pay for liking the video again. So people, please keep liking the video. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. Again, and if you haven't, go check out the Added Times podcast video. Be sure to subscribe. He planned a stream, but unfortunately, again, it was when I was planning my the last vacation, but it will happen again, and someday I have to get him on the panel here also to speak his mind. Again, says Porter went for experience, but made a subs to change things first time at home. But again, Tottenham haven't been bored. Okay, no, I'm a bit confused with that. Maybe I didn't read what your message correctly. RFC won a near penalty, 2 or 3 cutback crosses, very positive. I think, like we've always called for, play that guy closer to the final third. And again, you can see he's a fine player. He's a creator too. If you play him centrally, you can see even from the flanks, I think he created 2 or 3 chances that nobody got at the end of it. But that's, by the way, let me see. IBZ, I don't know if I've asked you this question. How about you? Any positives for you?
Yeah. We look. The shackles looked like it was off. Players were playing with a bit more. Like they're just playing their football.
Yeah, they looked like they had the independence to express themselves.
Yeah, maybe because we had certain people on the pitch. Like you could evidently see like Kovacic in that team. Something happens, you know what I mean? Stuff happens. I would love to imagine what happens when you have Kante and Kovacic on that pitch. So yeah, that allows a lot. So it was good. It was good. We were moving forward. We were trying to make runs. We were trying to hit them on the break a few times. Just a few runs. It wasn't as pragmatic as I saw under Zagreb. And it looked like there was intention to get the ball into the box.
Honestly, if we were actually pragmatic against Zagreb, we'd do better.
Well, Yeah, but it just looked like there was no cohesion at all in Zagreb. But it looked like there was a bit of cohesion here.
Mhm.
Aubameyang's runs before Broha came were very interesting to see. Just unfortunate that Jorginho couldn't find some of the passes that he was trying to do, and some of them first time balls he was trying to put up there. I can only see it getting better because it will improve. Obviously, they'll give into Potter's style, and also the style that they want to approach as well. Because if I weren't mistaken, I think there was consultation about what the players would like or how the players would like to, line up, something along those lines. So it gives not to say that that's the crack, but you can imagine probably Potter just coming in. He didn't want to do the most, and just kind of lean towards the senior players, have them out players that know the club or has been at the club for a considerable amount. Get them in and see how he builds from there. So I don't see any negatives as much. Obviously, we should have won. We could have won. We were winning and now we didn't. So obviously that's not good. But in terms of the what the manager's intentions were, I can't really say, oh yeah, we're in for a evil period or a bad period. Sorry. So I'm not really worried, so to speak.
Do you know what
again,
is, Coach?
like I said, just quickly, if you don't mind, like I said, had we won that game, I think we'll be talking less of the issues in the team. That's Chelsea for you. But because it ended a draw, and I put the possibility we have a less chances of making it, lesser chance of making it out of the group. So now the focus will be on the issues, even beyond again what the issues were yesterday. Again, what the most obvious issues were yesterday. But that's, by the way, Roger, go ahead. You were saying something so that quickly I can bring in Eddie. He was here but had to leave, and he told me earlier that he will be off and on.
Yeah, sure. I'll just quickly say this one thing. This is a typical Chelsea game when Kante is not playing. It's simple as that. When Kante plays, we are different. If he was playing last night, it would be a different outlook. I'm telling you that whether we have to get used to this or not, I don't know. He may continue his career with no more injuries, or he may never be the same player again. But this is so symptomatic of a Chelsea team without Kante. Do you not concur?
Yeah, again, you could argue, I think, if we had Kante on the pitch, as much as most people, Kante has been stereotyped, that is, we recognize him for his, defensive contributions in terms of breaking up opposition plays and all that. We don't actually see what he does attacking wise.
Oh, indeed. I agree with you.
Most people don't. He's been stereotyped as a defensive midfielder, even though he isn't one.
He has vision also, yes.
Yeah. So again, I agree with you. You could argue, had they been on the pitch, the result would have been different. There's a chance that those guys won't even get a chance to get on, to get that defense the way they did.
The result. I'm talking about the performance. This is so symptomatic of a Chelsea team without Kante.
Yeah. Whenever he's on playing, there's always an issue. Our defense is suffer because we lack proper protection, and that was why I was hoping maybe Zakaria gets a chance, but he didn't. I'd say also, again, as much as I like Potter too. Even before we hired him, I've always thought again, this man, whenever I talk about it, we talk about Brighton, I go, my manager. That's how much I like him, and I've said before, I'd like to see him coach Chelsea someday. I didn't know it would come too soon. I think he wasn't. Maybe we'll start seeing that issue we see under Thomas Tuchel, not being pragmatic enough to win games. Yeah. At one point, I think he should be able to see, again, the defense. Maybe he needs to change something in the midfield to get to have proper protection for Silva and Azpilicueta. They're not that young anymore. But we're not going to talk about it. Like yesterday during the watch along, Mikhail mentioned the goal was due to a series of errors. But we're not going to get into that right now. Let me bring in Eddie before he leaves. Again, if you're watching, keep liking the video, guys. We should have more than 34 likes. If we'll have 64 votes on the poll, we should have, again, nearly as much as likes. Yeah, but that's, by the way, again, please, coach, I'd like to ask what position does Sterling play in that formation? Did we play did we play as a whole? Being having arguments with my friends since about that time. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're on the panel, I think it was a hybrid role. When we attack, he plays as a wing back. That is, he stays in the wing back position, but his primary responsibility is to attack. But when we defend, he's in the left wing position. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're on the panel, did I get that correct? That was my observation yesterday.
Left wing position.
Yes, left wing back / left wing. So it's a hybrid role. When we attack, he occupies the left wing back position, because when we attack, we have a flat back 3. When we defend, we have 4, which means he goes to the left wing position. So yeah, AD Blue, again, for love. Like I said, love for Blue. I hope you still love the Blues. I want to get your thoughts first, starting with the lineup. What do you make of the lineup? Yep. Do we have you there, AD? It looks like it's far from his device. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Let me see.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, AD.
Big ups to the panelists.
Greetings to you.
Big ups to everyone. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just so sorry. I'm just on the road, but I just wanted to be part of this review. So I might be bad. Sometimes I hit the bad coverage area. So just on the quick one, the lineup yesterday. You see, when the lineup actually came out, I looked at it. I said, "Wow, what sort of lineup is this?" But you know,
yeah, we couldn't stop laughing for nearly 20 minutes.
But you know, it's easy as football fans and analysts and people who you know, we look at games and all. It's easier to say things in hindsight. If that lineup came out and they had won yesterday, just as you alluded to, we won't be saying much. We'll just be saying, "Oh, well done, he got it right." But we knew from the onset that lineup wasn't the best. But if you look at it, Potter went for a safe option, or the safest option, going with the big boys. He didn't want to upset the big boys. Because seeing as Equator starting,
so you're saying Bobby's notion that it was political is correct to some measure, but go ahead.
Kind of, yeah, but not to satisfy the owners, though. I don't know what he alluded to, but not to satisfy the owner, but for him not to upset the dressing room. As I said, he didn't want to upset it. If you look, when Tuchel came in, when the first game against Wolves, he did similar thing. He brought back Alonso, he brought back Rudiger. He brought back some other players as Plekweda that was not playing. Then he brought them back the first game, which was a league game. Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, honestly. But the game, if this was a league game, it would have been different. Maybe I was thinking before Potter having more time before this first game was good. In a way, I look at it now that it looks as if it was actually not too good. Because if he had played Fulham, maybe he would have brought these big weeks into the game, and then he would have prepared better for this first game, and for this second game, which would have been his second game. So, but this turned out to be his first game. He had to bring in this lad. But if we look at it very well, the lineup is actually good enough to be able to beat Salzburg. Salzburg were missing so many players as well. That lineup on the night should have been good enough to beat that team. But because of the way our confidence is so low, I mean, the 3 players I could mention yesterday, Sterling, Reece James, and before the mistake was Silva.
Cucurella?
They were all the ones that did very well. Oh yeah, Cucurella did a little bit. And if you see, I said it during the transfer window, we cannot overplay Sterling. If we have a winger on one side, we need someone giving equally, or if not more, on the other side. That was why when we were talking in the transfer window, we needed somebody like a Zaha. Maybe some people will not agree. Arguably, we could have maybe gotten Zaha. If Zaha was operating on one side, imagine Zaha on one side, Sterling on the other side. And if we look at it, Ziyech Pulisic, they have to go. I mean, sentiments apart, these lads are not
Well,
good enough.
maybe during Christmas transfer window.
I think so. They just have to go.
If you get my point, my point is just that we're with them till January. If eventually we see clearly, we just have to let them go. Then it's only in January. We're stuck with them practically right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, I know that we're stuck with them now, but we have to let them go in January if possible. Because imagine we had Zaha this last transfer window. Zaha will be an upgrade to Pulisic and Ziyech. So maybe if we even have it in mind to bring in maybe Leao or whoever, we have a Zaha to come on and then or Zaha to start alongside Sterling or Leao. So we have those three options. But if we look at it now, it's easy. But at the end of the day, if we look at our performance this season so far, the only big game on paper was Tottenham. And that's the only game we've had good performance this season. The others, if you look at all the other games, on paper should have been easy wins for Chelsea. But looking at it again, we're going to play AC Milan twice. I think we're going to see different teams because they will be motivated because they classify that as a big game as well. So maybe let's hope that they'll be able to win 6 points from the 2 games. Then we are back into it. We are lucky, especially the first game when AC Milan drew Salzburg. That was a very good result for Chelsea. If AC Milan had won or the other way around, it would have been so difficult. But now we're still in it. It's only 3 points. So we can win. If we win the 2 games, we are in it. But the performance needs to improve. Potter did very well. We could see some flashes of what he's trying to do. Unpredictable. We didn't know that everybody was guessing, was he a 4 at the back? Is he 2 at the back? Some were even saying 3-1, 3-3, whatever it was. Nobody knew how he was playing. But it didn't work out properly yesterday because we considered that goal. If we had scored our chances, imagine Ziyech. But I tell you, Ziyech was woeful yesterday. Was so bad. Pulisic, nothing. Broja kind of shining light there. He did a little bit well when he came on. So we need all these players to gel together, give the manager time, and then we see what we're going to do. But it wasn't, I was so down last night, the result, because if we had held on to that 1-0, it would have been better than having just 1 point. But we just move on. There's nothing we can do. It's easy to critique in hindsight. As I said, if we had won, nobody would say, oh, the performance wasn't good, but at the end of the day, it worked out. But we just have to stand by it. If he goes by the other, if we had selected Koulibaly and all, we still come back and say, oh, why didn't he go for the experience? And also, it's just kind of catch-22 situation for him, and we just need to live by it. It's happened, it's done. We just have to move on and hope for better results in the future.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for that great contribution there. Big up to the Queen of the House. Thank you so much for finding the time to join to help keep things clean. I appreciate that. Keep things clean and civil. We have, again, spent nearly 300 million with the wrong manager. I wouldn't make that argument as of yet because we learned also, again, they had Potter in mind as they were signing those players. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that's an issue. Again, like I said before, and I think AD Love for Blue also talked about it too. If we had won this game, I think we wouldn't be looking beyond the win. We'll be discussing who played better again, and then the goals we scored and all that. But that is the most again concerning observation for me is that the issue we had under Tuchel persists. Maybe we may well see that again. That problem be solved soon. Please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Yes, again, that's very well put. We have 66 votes on the poll, but just 36 likes. We can do better than that. Please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Soon, we will go into rating the players. Again, here we have asking the clowns. Again, how to run a circus is never a good idea. Yeah, I get that one. They're always nice to have you in the chat, making us laugh here. Broja will be our next superstar. Again, his performance, even though he comes on from the bench, always gives 200%. I'm still marveled. Again, that was when his intelligence, the pace, his ability on the ball. Look what he did yesterday. That counter. He took on his man, beat the man clearly, and just like I'm going to repeat myself again. He didn't just put the ball into the box. He put the ball into the box with intent, with knowing who he wants to, get the ball to, and it works. It's just that the man the ball got to didn't finish. Some argue he's unlucky. I'd say, yeah, he should do better again. But I'm not going to get into that right now. I say, so can we expect the 3-5-2 with Mount, Havertz rotating as a central attacking midfielder, Breuer, Sterling as left strikers, and Alba, Pulisic as right striker? Never say never on the Graham Potter. He's very, very unorthodox in his approach. So there's no telling what he would do at any point in time. We thought that Tuchel at times where was unpredictable. With Potter, that's even, the case even more so than Thomas Tuchel. But let's see. Again, the whole thing comes down to the players available to him. But we'll see. Again, the poor don't like coach. That lineup was Suicida at the time. It was some people think also that it was good. It was a good enough lineup. But that's, by the way, again, I'm going to scroll to the very I'm going to scroll to the very bottom to make sure what we're talking about is aligned with the current topics. But Showtime, your turn. And please, if you're in the chat, I'm going to say this. I saw a comment. I'm not here to force you to subscribe to anybody's belief. I'm not here to ask you to subscribe to anybody's sexuality. You have every right to disagree, but please refrain from them calling. If you're in the chat, you're going to get blocked. We want it, as much as you have every right to believe in what you want to believe in, you don't have the right to force your belief on anybody else or your sexuality. You don't have to force anybody else to subscribe to it. Be respectful to, no matter, even if you know who that person is on a personal level, respect them. If you want to start a fight with them, leave here first, or you're gonna get blocked right away. So please be respectful and be civil. If that's the language you understand. Coming back to the panel, Showtime, your thoughts. I know you and I, you were here during the pregame show. We talked about the lineup, and you thought it was suicidal. Your thoughts. Again, if you want to talk about the lineup again, but the performance overall, any positives for you?
Good morning, first and foremost, and
good morning to you too, brother.
Greetings to everybody on the panel. I hope you guys can hear me well. Sometimes I'm
very clear and no echo today. You solved the problem.
Thank you. I tried, but look, I told you yesterday before I left my score prediction. I said best case scenario we win, worst case scenario we draw, and we did exactly the worst case scenario and drew this game.
Yeah, you did say that.
Look, I'm not here to scare. Look, this problem that this season can either be good or it can go worse. I'm not here to bash Harry Potter. I'm not here to do that. I mean, this problem is not his problem. It's the higher up, the top bullies and codes problem, because you let the person that knew this team better than the guy that knows it now go. That's on them. But regarding the game yesterday, I mean, it was some flashes of good and some flashes of the same old that we've been going through. If he's going to be a manager for the long run for 5 years, he has to learn how to put the players that are not producing and performing and put them on the bench. And then you don't bring in players that haven't been performing in the squad. Mason Mount, I'm gonna call him out. Kai Havertz, what have they produced for us every time that they started? You cannot tell me these two have been consistently performing well for us. But then again, we had our previous own manager playing them, and then they have the new manager come in and start them out of nowhere based on experience. Look, at the end of the day, we drew a game against Salzburg, a team that we should have put 3 goals up against in the first half alone by the missed chances that we missed. This is the same old attack. So what was the change in the manager for? If you're going to bring in a different guy, different philosophy, but the same Enzo in attack. Nothing has changed. And history is repeating itself. Same time Tutu came in, we drew his first match, and then we went on a run of consecutive good good starts. Let's see if Harry Potter can do the same. Get the best out of this team. But he has to. This is how player power starts. When you can't bench the players that don't produce, but you consistently play them. You have Broja on the bench when he's supposed to be starting. He had way more of an impact than Aubameyang has had since he wore a Chelsea shirt. But I don't know what is wrong with not starting. What is wrong? But you can't start Broja. Kai Havertz, we paid 72 million for you, bro. You have not lived up to 20 million of that worth. People still talk about his Champions League goal. That is over with. We can't keep relying on his Champions League goal to suffice for his poor performances. He's not lived up to his hype. Mason Mount, he has run himself to the ground without any break. And these coaches don't seem to notice that. This guy is only 22, 23 years old. He has over 150 caps already. His body is not, he can't suffice it no more. He's a 23-year-old at age, but his body's at least is 30 years old now by the amount of caps that he has. And he's not getting any better. This is the best of Mason Mount we're going to see. And that's about my opinion. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if you want to scapegoat him. I don't want to care if you want to protect him because he's a Chelsea-born, Cobham-raised. So what? Reece James is about the same thing. Chalobah is the same thing. Chelsea-born, Chelsea-raised. We have players that we got to stop it. We're not getting any better. It's the same old. We have a game at the weekend. Hopefully we get better. I can't blame Harry Potter. He just came in. Let's see how long it's going to take for his philosophy to develop and employ into these brains. Keep Pulisic out of this club. Keep Pulisic off this bench. Keep Pulisic from the training ground. Keep Ziyech away. As Muslim to Muslim, brother, you wasting time, bro. You have God-given talent, but you come in and you act like you don't care about the opportunities that you're getting. Club over player power. And these players are starting to pull the player power card too much. And Ziyech should never step foot on the pitch until after the World Cup if he comes back with top quality. We let Timo Werner go. I don't even think that was the worst problem that we had in the dressing room. I think he was bridge to the attack. Now I used to bash Timo. I can't even bash him anymore because I gotta bash Ziyech. I gotta bash the likes of Pulisic. I live in America, bro, and I don't care about Pulisic. He's in
the club. Chelsea is a club you support. You're loyal to Chelsea isn't because of an individual.
But
I'm an American too. But I think he's in America, go ahead.
Right? You hear Pulisic's name so much. Pulisic this, Pulisic. He is trash. He is trash. Pulisic is garbage, dirt. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's still doing here. He wanted to go. We should have let him go for the lowest lowest offer that came with him. Ziyech as well.
I know he didn't start yesterday.
He didn't start, but when he came on, what did he produce? If you're going to come off the bench, you have to have an impact. Broja, he came off the bench, impact. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, impact. These players that coming after them, Ziyech, Pulisic, no impact. And the thing is, you took off Azpilicueta so late. You let it get so late before you took off Azpilicueta. You should have took him off at a reasonable. When you started bringing in the likes of Ruben Loftus-Cheek and you started bringing in the likes of Broja, you should have took off Azpilicueta and put in a young, more sufficed center back there. I don't know what you saw in keeping Azpilicueta's 65-year-old legs still in the match. Knowing that you got small boy Kepa back there that can't save a shot to save his life. His reaction time is so slow.
I think here's the thing, bro. I think whenever you talk about the goalkeepers, I think you're a bit biased, honestly. No, do you think that was really his fault?
It's his positioning. That's what his thinking is slow. He reacts so slow.
Okay, we get into that argument another day, but go ahead with what you were saying, brother.
At the end of the day, I'm not mad.
Have you ever played keeper?
No keeper. I don't play keeper. I'm not a keeper.
Okay. Well,
go ahead, finish. Showtime.
At the end of the day, we drew this match, a match that we should have won. You can't blame Harry Potter. This lies on the board. It's going to determine where we go from now on. This could go good or this could go bad. At the end of the day, you gotta play the players that are in form, that are ready to commit to the club. You got Chalobah there. You got players like Chalobah on the bench, Fofana on the bench. You have players, so many players. Chilwell on the bench. You have so many players on the bench that needs opportunities to run. I don't care about the World Cup.
Yeah.
I don't care about Mason Mount making World Cup team. It's club over country. Anytime, any day.
Yeah,
You don't play well for your club, you don't get the call up. So play well for your club so you can get the call up.
Yep, again, a short time, and that's a great contribution right there. But I want to set up a fight between you and I, the argument, argument, or debate on Mendy and Caparis of Balaga. But that's, by the way, just to reinforce what you said. This is a game we should have won, and they said numbers don't lie. We had an expected goals of XG of 1.18, and they had just a 0.37. 17 shots to 4 shots for them. One big chance, 0 big chance from them. Big chances missed. We missed one big chance. Accurate passes, 543, 84%, 250 to 149, 58% of theirs. Fouls committed 6, they committed more fouls. This is usually a sign that you play better when the opposition commit more fouls to stop you. Offsides, 4-4, but those stats don't usually mean a lot to me. But XG is important to see. Again, we should have won had we been clinical enough. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come to you, Bobby. I really want you to talk about this one. Then I will bring in Roger. I think IBZ is going for a minute or two. He will be back again. Bobby, can you see the comment on the screen?
If you could help me, what's this? If Potter doesn't have
but you have the courage. Let's just change it for courage. If Potter doesn't have the courage to make such decisions now, then he isn't fit to coach the team. He is encouraging player power. I know you talked about that. He's a bit political, and I think it makes sense to see from that aspect. Just trying to get the big names on his side, but at the same time, it's usually very common when managers come into a new team, they choose the more experienced players. The argument may well be they're the easiest, to pass on your ideas to, and they'll be able to implement it without, thinking too much about it. But there's a chance politics also. Your thoughts on this comment on the screen, Bobby?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I firmly believe that a large reason he played at least 4 of those players yesterday was political. And by political, I mean he was wanting to create a spirit in the dressing room and not have any disharmony in the dressing room, which is natural. These players are influential. They are senior players. They've been there longer than he has. They have a certain amount of influence over the other players, and he wanted to create a harmonious situation. Now, the challenge before him is how to manage this between now and January. Not just the senior players that he's trying to get on side, who will probably need to stay throughout the season, but those that could well move on in January, like Ziyech or Pulisic. Now, I think it's a very, very difficult position to be in, because you need your 5 substitutes in every game. And if they're not playing, they're going to need to be on the bench because they're part of the squad, part of the chosen squad. But they're not playing well enough. I think Pulisic has a pass for yesterday because he was barely on for 5 minutes. But I'm tired of Ziyech. I don't think it's acceptable anymore. And that has to be communicated with him. I'm tired of seeing his sulky face. I'm tired of his lackadaisical attitude on the pitch. I'm fed up with it. I would rather banish him to the stands. That's just my opinion. But there are people in the squad that like him. I mean, we even have people on the that come onto our chat streams and things, and you can see that I would suspect there's some kind of sort of religious affiliation because of his religion. Others might feel, oh, he's got to be my guy because he's of that religion. Others might not care, but it's still a factor that Graham Graham Potter. By the way, it's Graham Potter, not Harry Potter. The other guy kept
No,
calling
I
him.
think he was just. That's what people are calling him.
Oh, they call
They
him.
nicknamed him that. Yeah.
Okay, but I think he is very mindful of that, because there are a lot of other people of his religion in the team, and who knows, that could be some kind of reason for extra loyalty to each other, so that some might feel offended if he's dropped or if he's unhappy. You know, human beings are complex things, and you've got all this to manage. For me, my personal way of dealing with these things is that I call it for what it is. I rip the plaster off while it's there. If I were Graham Potter, I would just look at it. I know it's really early for him to make an assessment. It's only one game, and we've seen more of Ziyech in a Chelsea shirt than he has probably. But personally, I'll just call him aside and say, mate, you're not doing it. You've got to sit on the bench, and if you continue with this, you know, I can't play you. It's as simple as that. I think honesty is the best way forward. I said, look, there's no point pouting and frowning and acting, you know, looking all sulky in the background when you're not producing what is needed on the pitch. And quite frankly, if you're not producing what's needed on the pitch, you cannot play. It's as simple as that. And I know there may be repercussions that come with honesty, but the thing about honesty is that it gives you a platform to stick to your guns. And I think he has to do that. You can't placate this lot right now because the stakes are too high. We're going out of the Champions League. That is huge. We are struggling. We don't even look like we can make top four. That's even bigger. The owners have made a humongous investment into the team. Don't think this will not hurt the club. It will. So you've got to do it. You've got to start winning now. There's no wriggle room anymore. There has to be results. And you've got to put the players on the field that will get us results. Brozier starts. I agree with the guy that was talking about Zaha. I think we missed a trick there, but I think we were so focused on trying to get Leao, and we don't have a director of football doing the business, that this whole Zaha thing slipped through the net. But yeah, having Zaha on one side and Sterling on the other would have helped a great deal, but we don't. So, but we still have people, we don't at the moment, but we still have people like Carney, Chukwuemeka. I don't know what form he's in. I know he's very young, and I can understand the idea of trying to phase in these youngsters gently, like you're doing with Brozier. But the thing about these youngsters is the one thing that is priceless that they have is enthusiasm. You know, Carney Chukwuemeka will bust a gut on that field if he's given the opportunity, quite simply because that's where he wants to be, just like Brozier is doing. So I would try that. Anything is better than where we are now. Right now, I've forgotten about Chelsea midfield. I'm already looking at people like Casado of Brighton, Alvarez. I'm scouring around wondering where these Chelsea midfield replacements can come from, because we most definitely need replacements. Definitely. The other guy that called in and said, look, this is an example, I think it was Roger, of life without Kante. Oh, you're so right, Roger. Absolutely. You know, that midfield is absolutely deficient without Kante.
And that's one of the reasons why it would be suicidal to let him go.
Well, we can't let him go, but the trouble is we've got to work alternative. Moses Casido, is it from Brighton? Because he is a young legs that Kante no longer has. Kante has to be used sparingly, as does Thiago Silva. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves with a whole new back line and having to play Thiago so often. You know, and I think he's playing a little bit through the pain barrier, as it showed from the mistake he made after that first sort of minor injury he had. You know, this guy's 38 years old. You know, we got to have it right. You know, this is, you know, football now, because of the pace, the power, and it's a game. It's for a guy in his 20s, and we're expecting this guy at the wrong end of 30 to still be running around like 21. Realistic, and that midfield, I shake my head really. Kante, yes, but realize he's not going to play for you week in, week out, and get rid of everyone else. Apart from, you know, I can see a future for Ruben. I think Ruben, because of his flexibility, belongs. I can also see a future for Gallagher. I think we should be using Gallagher more and more as a alternative to Mason Mount. I think Mason needs to come under some challenge now, some threat, because quite frankly, his form has not been good. And I think he's been having it too easy. So if he's benched for Gallagher every now and then, let them battle it out with each other for that number 8 position. But apart from that, the likes of, well, I don't even want to mention him anymore. I'm sounding like a broken record talking about J5. But we must have that alternative. We should be looking at the Alvarez's of this world. I don't know what's going on with Zakaria. Maybe he's not fit. That's why we haven't seen him. And we should be looking at Conceição. And most definitely looking for a creative midfielder. We're desperate. We are desperate.
Yeah, Roger, before we get into, you know, the rating aspect of the show, I want to get your thoughts, and I think I'll get my brother Showtime's contribution also. Are you concerned about player power, like Ghost of Valhalla is saying with this comment on the screen? Are you concerned about that?
Not excessively, no. No, I really don't. Listen, I know, especially in Chelsea, there's been a history of players downing tools. You look at the second coming of Mourinho, that's what transpired. They downed tools. I don't see this. I can see Ziyech throwing all the toys out of the pram, so to speak. I can see that. I can see certain players maybe being an issue in the locker room, potentially. But player power, no. I think based on Potter's approach, I think he's going to earn their respect and trust. You know, it's again what I normally always agree with Bobby wholeheartedly. He's very logical and he's of sound mind. I invariably always find myself agreeing with virtually everything he says. But I think a lot of the things are pure conjecture with what's going on in the locker room. We don't know per se. Having said that, like when you look at Ziyech, he's a very technical player. His first touch is excellent. And I think he's
a good passer of the ball.
Yes, and on the training ground, he's probably very impressive. And coaches can only go by what they see on the training ground. Having said that, he's not built for most Premier League games. You look at J5, he's played one of his better games. But consider the opposition. This wasn't a very good, powerful team. So, yeah, if he didn't look good last night, then when is he going to look good? Seriously. Come on. It's like the bar is so low for him, in my opinion. And by the way, the one player I do really like a lot in midfield is Kovacic. He turns on the ball. He's a good tackler. He puts in so much effort. The industry and the application which he applies is excellent. You know, when he was on loan in the first couple of matches I saw him, I'm like, he's a keeper. You can tell. You don't have to be a UEFA badge coach to recognize talent. And I like Kovacic a lot. I think he's a constant. Consider who he's playing with. You know, he's playing with J5 and what he does on the pitch. I think he's a solid, very good. He's a Chelsea caliber player. So I think we shouldn't criticize him too much. I think he's an excellent player.
I think he did good actually yesterday. I think you could say he's one of the reasons why we played well. we
Yeah,
played as well as we did yesterday. Go ahead.
He rarely has a bad game, rarely, and that's probably because he's got a knock or two. He's a technical player with good tackling ability. He's not graced with good speed. I concede that, but he knows how to pass and so forth. He's an all round good, solid, excellent midfielder. Him and Kante together are a formidable pairing, in my opinion. But we don't have any depth behind that. I think Bobby's going a little hard on Mount, but I can see his point of view. Conversely, I get it. I do. I'm not saying he's wrong, but I thought he went in kind of strong on Mount. I see his positives, and then you look at Kai. I like Kai a lot. Okay, so he doesn't score that many goals, but it's just like what's his name? The player that we lost to Germany. We just sold him. The short German. I forgot his name.
Werner.
Werner, yes. Werner. Like Werner, he puts in, like if you look at the European goal where Kai scored, he made the route, he made the run to take away the central defender away from Kai. Without that run, Kai doesn't score. So it's not just what you do on the ball when you have possession, it's what you do off the ball. And Kai does a lot off the ball. I implore you, I beseech you guys, if you have the ability and the time, watch games once they've been played. Watch it a second or third time and observe certain players, what they do off the ball. That's what's more important than what you do on the ball, per se. This is so important. Kai does.
And just if you don't mind quickly, sorry for cutting you off. A lot of coaches recognize that. Coaches recognize Mount's industry. That's why he always change manager. He still starts. Change manager Kai still starts. Kai reminds me of such players as Juan Quacano or even Mikel. You don't know what they do on the pitch until you take them off, or until you don't have them available. These are the guys that do a lot off the ball than they do with the ball. Kano didn't score. He doesn't score that much, but when he's on the pitch, the team plays. The team plays.
He's a good link-up man too.
Yeah,
and he's good in the air, and he has a beautiful first touch. He's technical.
But the truth still remains that something is still lacking in his game. So there's something still there is. You can say we know he can add to his game that we're not seeing. Go ahead,
Coach. He's not the finished article. He's maturing. He's a young man. He's 22 or something. He's still very young. He is not the finished article. In 3 to 5 years, then yes, you can say that. He's still developing.
Go ahead, Bobby. You wanted to say something, so that Roger can continue.
Yeah, just really quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, Roger.
No, never.
It's just I totally agree about Havertz for sure, 100%. I think people expect a lot from Havertz, and maybe rightly, maybe wrongly, but I'm of the camp that he's still a developing player and he's developing to a very, very high level. However, there are times, same as Mount, largely. Mason Mount. Listen, I've used to see Mason Mount as a very little boy at Cobham in the youth teams. I was there. I've met his father, Tony. So there's a lot of sentiment behind me and Mount. But when they go through periods of poor form, sometimes, it's like with your kids. You got to chastise them. You've got to maybe take something away that they want in order to get them to sit up.
Sure.
And I think in that case of both Havertz and Mount, fortunately with Mount, there is an alternative that he can compete with and even rest with. Mount is vital to our team. But when in the form he's in now, I think it's the right thing to do to sometimes put Gallagher in there and make him realize that, do you know what, son? There's someone else that can do your job. So, get it together and let's have you back playing right. Havertz is a harder one because there aren't many people that can do what he does, which is testimony to his ability. But the most frustrating thing about Havertz is this fluffing chances in front of goal. I'm concerned that may take too long to change.
No, okay. So I want to say something. Look at Liverpool's front three when you had Bobby Firmino, Marnie, and Mo Salah. It took years for them to gel. It doesn't happen overnight. And you look at our front 3/4, however want to look at it. We have so many chopping and changes. There isn't. They haven't been given the time to build continuity, in my opinion. I think that it's very early on in their development. They're all young, relatively. I'm not talking about Aubameyang. I'm talking about Havertz, Mount, and and Sterling even. Just give them time. It's fun. It's required. You don't just click your fingers and voila, the finished product. It does take time, Bobby, and I know you know this. I know everyone on the panel knows this. So I think we're being a little bit harsh because other great teams, it takes time for them to develop. And I'm scared that we're going to stir the pot too much. Like, I like Broja. I think Broja is going to be a huge addition to our team. I would love for us to have kept Werner too. I'm a huge fan of Werner, even though he has missed he's not very clinical, but he does so much off the ball. Our front 3 or 4, 5 that we have on the bench and starting, I think they are going to be very good players if they're allowed to progress and develop together. Absolutely. That's my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right, chaps. I'm really not. I could be 100% wrong, and I have no problem admitting that.
You don't want the chats to come at you.
No. I'm just being realistic.
Right.
I'm just kidding. Wrong. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Roger.
I didn't want Silva. Like, why are we getting this 36-year-old? Let me ask you, can you imagine if we didn't get Silva the last year and a half, where we'd be? We wouldn't be in top 4, that's for sure. I was wrong about him. So wrong. I'm invariably wrong. But I just want to ask one thing, or say one thing, I should say. I don't think we're going to make top 4 this year. I mean, if we do, I'm really happy. But I think the bigger ramification and the biggest gut hit would be if we don't get out of our group, which I think we won't, in my opinion. I hope I'm wrong. Please remind me that I'm wrong in the future on this one, because this will be huge if we don't get out of our group. And we're not going to, in my opinion. And this is going to be a huge slap in the face. This is massive. Yeah,
again, let me apologize in advance. I will skip to the very bottom because we're about to start the rating process. But before I do that, Showtime, again, you want to say anything about the concerns of Ghost of Valhalla regarding our player power, that Porter is encouraging that? I think otherwise, even though I still think there's a measure of, political influence in his selection, not to avoid losing the dressing room earlier on in his Chelsea career, I still think it's important that he picks experienced players. Like we've alluded to before, it's very common. Managers do that when they take a new job, But your thoughts, do you fear player power?
I fear that you lose the dress room, or you lose respect. I mean, respect is earned and it's not just given.
Yeah, just go ahead, keep talking. I'll be back in a minute or so.
So from my point of view on this is if he wants to play Azpilicueta, I understand that because he's the captain. But when you have other senior players and you have new players in your dress room, Zakaria, whatever the guy's name is, Chuameka or Chuamendi, you have all these new players in your dressing room. I think you lose players by picking favoritism or picking senior players, as you say. The likes of Correa, he just came in, but you're gonna play him because of what? Because he has power in the dressing room? I doubt he has as much power in the dressing room than Chilwell does. So I mean, it's just like it's tit for tat. I mean, respectfully, I wouldn't go in as a new manager. If I was a new manager, I wouldn't go in there and be like, okay, I'm gonna play you guys because of seniority. It doesn't work like that for me. For me, my point of view is I'm here to change the old regime. I'm the new manager. I want it my way. So for me, I don't think coming in and saying, okay, I'm gonna play you because you're senior players and you have what impact. You have influence. I mean, influence doesn't translate on the pitch. You saw it yesterday. I mean, if it did, we surely wouldn't be drawn against Salzburg with a depleted Salzburg team.
I
Just to go,
also think Aspie, sorry, just very quickly. I also think Aspie is a consummate professional. I think if we didn't play him for political reasons, I don't think he would throw a tantrum. I think he is a consummate professional, regardless of what, and he will put the lads, keep them in line. That's what I believe. I think he's not those kind of
I
players that
can
were
agree
down
with that.
tools.
That's why I said I wouldn't have a problem playing Aspilicueta. But
Yeah.
the guys that aren't in form, you can go through the starting lineup and just count. There are numerous guys that you know that haven't been in form for some time now, and
Like
we
who?
continue. Havertz, he hasn't been informed. Mount hasn't been informed. Aubameyang is not informed. He just came in.
Yeah, that's shocking. I don't agree with Kai and Mount because they do more off the ball. It's not what you do on the ball as much as
Right
what you
now,
do off.
it's more so it's time to get that philosophy out your head. They do more off the ball because they're not producing in their attack and their job is to attack. They're attackers. They're not sit back defense and not to run around like headless chickens. Okay, I understand the movement is important from Havertz.
Yes,
they haven't created enough because if they created more, we wouldn't be complaining about their form. Their
but
form
that's
has been
just it.
poor.
That's just it. We do create. We create more chances than any other English Premier League team. That's a statistic. That's a fact. We've created more than City and Liverpool.
Yeah, finishing has always putting away the chances has always been our biggest problem.
We do create. So I mean that politely. I'm sorry, but we do create. That's where you're respectfully.
Yeah, I said
incorrect.
we create, but the creation is not leading to anything. You can create and create, but at the end result,
those are
if
two
you
different
take
things.
your creation to an investor and the investor says, we're not, it's not, there's no end product to this. You got to go back and start over in square one. Right now, these
that's not what
two
you
players,
said. You said we were not. You said we're not creating enough. That's what you said verbatim.
Yeah,
we
enough
are. We're creating
to produce.
A lot.
Go ahead. Can you finish Showtime?
If the creation is not leading to nowhere, what are they actually creating? There's no chance. It's not creating anything when you just make creations and not have no end product. So you're starting over again and again with no end product. So it's wasting time. If there's no end product to your creation, what is the point? We can probably put in somebody else. It is sensible if you create a product, you take it to an investor.
Let him finish. Then you can respond. Potter.
If you create a product and you take it to an investor and there's no end product to your creation, it's just a creation. It's nothing. It's just a thought. All they're doing is just creating stuff, but there's no end product to it. So we can have pit likes like Gallagher to come in, Broja to come in, and they can have creation and end product. The shots that Broja took yesterday, there was a creation and an end product. It just didn't go in, but he had a shot on target. When Mount and Havertz come in, they're creating lanes and opening gaps, but there's no end product to it. So what is the point of your creation if you're not creating anything to end with it? We're not getting any goals out of them. We're not getting nothing but creation, nothing. So it's just a meaningless thought, just a meaningless process. Timo Werner, his first job was to come in and score goals, but then he switched his position to create chances. All his chances, what did they create for us? Nothing. At the end of the day, we sold him. So all his creation is just end thoughts. No finishing, no goals, no shots on target. These two have been out of form. Mount has been out of form since his daddy left. He has not produced the same way.
Right.
You guys keep screaming end product.
Okay.
He's creating.
Okay. I think you're conflating the two things.
Go ahead with your response, Roger.
I think maybe the way you're articulating it may be misconstrued. You're saying if you don't,
I think that's for you though. I think you're misconstruing what I'm saying. At the end of the day, I understand what I'm saying.
Okay, well, here's what I'm going to say, and then maybe you can correct or maybe you can state yay or nay. But when you're saying that you're not creating enough, what's the purpose when you're not finishing? Well, you have to create because this is the precursor to the end of the actual execution of trying to attempt a shot on goal or header a goal. So you have to create chances in order to create goals. So the issue is we're not clinical. That's the issue. We create enough chances. End of story.
To score a lot of goals.
We do not score goals.
Here's the thing.
based on
I think you guys, you both
creation,
are
though.
actually saying the same thing, but from a different
Coach,
perspective.
creating chances is not a specific thing, because you can create a chance from our defensive half. You can start say you're creating a chance. That's not specific. You create chances, and anytime you advance the ball to the opposition half, that's creating a chance. So that's not a specific thing.
All
You're
right.
saying
Again, my point is, you guys are still talking about chance creation, no matter from the perspectives or irrespective of the perspective that you're each coming from. Again, Bobby, do you want to add anything to that, or should we just move to the player ratings?
No, I've got nothing to add to that at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we have about 57 people still watching, and we have just how many likes? Where is it again? 42 likes. Come on, people, we can do better than that. And in the poll, we have 88 votes. If you took a second to participate in the poll, you can also take a second to like the video. It takes just less than a second actually to like the video, and it doesn't cost anything. Please like the video to help us reach more people. Your likes do go a long way. Thank you so much for all the love. Again, I appreciate the support. Yes, I expected a lot more people to participate because the transfer window is over. But keep liking the video. The likes do go a long way. Let's try and get it to at least 100 likes by the end of the show. I can't thank you guys enough. Again, it's been an enjoyable show so far, and let's keep enjoying. But please, if you enjoyed the show, like the video. I'm going to end the poll. 92 votes now, which means the likes should be even more higher. Please keep liking the video. Again, 46% says yes, that was a good lineup, and 54% says nope, that was a suicidal. Again, we'll move from that. We'll have to start rating the players. I will scroll. I will apologize in a bit. I will scroll to the very bottom. Again, as much as I like Ziyech, he didn't show up versus Zagreb, and he didn't show up versus Salzburg. If your argument is that, well, he came on from the bench. Yeah, Broya came on from the bench to Ruben Loftus-Cheek joined from the bench as a Showtime has he's talked about again a while ago. Kova is world class. You can't take take that from Kova. Again, if you're watching Kunle Kuku, I think this is the first time I'm seeing you here, my Niger brother. Nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Please like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let's try and get it to 100 likes by the time the show ends. We still have again some minutes to go, but keep liking the video, guys, to help us reach more people. Again, here it says again, a Kovacic at the wide left to me isn't that effective. I think he does better when he operates centrally. I think I can agree with you on that. I like him closer to the middle of the pitch where he can drive the ball. Kova, fulfills the role of a hybrid of 8 in and 6 in. Plus, I keep saying this, and I can't. There's no way me avoiding saying it whenever I talk about Kovacic. He's the only player that plays when opposition defend deep, and when they press us aggressively, his ability to dribble his way out of tight spaces and all that, to beat the press also. Again, he's my man. Usman, it says Stalin should be benched for Pulisic. Do I think Pulisic is a good player? Yes, I think he's a good player. But even if you don't start a game, when you come on, show the willingness, show the manager, well, you should have started me. Do I think that happened yesterday? No, that didn't happen. And I think he had time enough to show the manager, okay, I should have started this game and I should start the next one. But I still think I still think he'd get the chance to show what he's capable of doing, because I know there's a good player in him. But that's, by the way, what Havertz does off the ball, it has a very little impact on the game, though. So I don't understand your point. You have every right to disagree. Maybe there's an argument you and I will slug out at someday. Again, say it again, whether the players were bought for TT or not, shouldn't matter. If Potter cannot get the best of those players, he shouldn't be here. But we have to give him time. Again, like Roger said, he hasn't even unpacked yet. So there's still time. If Tuchel was, you could say criticized for not being able to get the best out of players. You could argue wasn't players wearing his signings. The same should be, the same criticism should be, you could say should also go for Potter, but it's too early. It's too early. It's too early in the morning. If you want to, if that's better. If that's the language you better understand. This is not the time to to criticize the man. He hasn't even unpacked yet. Give Pulisic a run of games and watch us have a world-class player once his injuries stay away. You should also read your own comment to understand what you said there. But yeah, you shouldn't wait for a run of games to show what you're capable of doing. He's shown on occasions, and even under Thomas Tuchel against Real Madrid, I think he came off the bench to help us get a goal. But that's the run-up to the final of that Real Madrid game. Again, and you could say that before that Champions League final that we won against Manchester City, he played about 3-4 games that he started and didn't do enough, to cement a place in the team. So, but that doesn't mean he's a bad player. I actually wanted him to leave, and I would have preferred him to leave to go to a place where he starts constantly and starts showing what he is capable of doing. And at Chelsea, you don't have that luxury of being, the starting player if you're not able to show that you actually deserve to start. But that's, by the way, again, Tengu Rado says, again, I think we should let the Ziyech go to Ajax in January so we can make it easier to get Alvarez from them. Maybe that's, we can use that to get, Alvarez if Porter wants him. Because if Tuchel was the manager that wanted Alvarez, then it wouldn't make sense to still go for him. We should go for him only if Porter wants him. But there's a chance Porter was the person that suggests the club go for him, because we've learned that the club actually knew in advance that Porter was coming in. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies if I, missed your comments. I will try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Again, Smith, David, it's been a while, brother. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Good evening, everyone. Tuchel made Chelsea a threat in Europe. I cannot remember the last time I felt so confident watching Chelsea play any team. Well, I get your comment there. Your contribution is important. Everybody contributions is valid, and we try to learn from it. So let's get into rating the team. And I'm going to start with you, Bobby. Your thoughts on Mendy. Again, forget the names here. I think I need to change that. I'm not sure. We'll switch up the names here. I forgot to change this one. I selected Chelsea and it pre-filled it. So I should have just left it with the numbers and continue like that. So, Bobby, your thoughts on Kepa's performance?
I think Kepa did quite well. If not for the goal, I would have given him a much higher score. But I think I'll give him a 6 because he conceded. It was all a calamity of errors, to which he was one of them. Perhaps the lesser of the errors, but it was still a bit of an error. But I think Kepa's very improved. He's collecting balls from crosses. He is saving long range shots, and he looks confident. He's good with the ball on his feet. But for the fact that overall the team completely let themselves down and they conceded, I'll give Kepa a 6.
How about you, Roger? Your rating for Kepa and why?
I would give him higher. If you notice, when they had a corner, he went up for the ball and he got it convincingly. He wasn't shaky at all. He commanded his box. His distribution was excellent.
You're sure you're not being biased here because you were a goalkeeper?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I can recognize.
I was just playing. I hope you know. Go ahead.
I know you are. When the ball's in our half, I don't look at the ball or what the defense is doing. I'm looking at where he's positioning himself, or any keeper. That's what I do, because that's the only position I've ever played. I would give him higher. And when you look at, yes, it was a comedy of errors. I totally concur. But have a look at when their striker, the goal scorer, scored. It went through the legs and deflected off inside the 6-yard box. It's virtually impossible without a deflection to save that unless it's coming at you. the reflexes. He can get down very fast because of his size. That's one thing about his size is an advantage. He can get down lower better than and faster than most tall chaps, like 6'4" to 6'6", like a Mendy, etc., etc. So I do not place the blame on Kepa or Mendy had he been in that position, because keepers invariably always get the blame for something, even though it's not their fault. I respectfully and politely disagree on that. I would give him a 7, 7.5.
How about you? Okay, Bobby, you did already, did you?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think Bobby did.
Well,
Showtime. Okay, yeah, but
I rated
Showtime.
him at a 6.
Okay, Showtime. Your rating for Kepa Arrizabalaga. Just we have the opportunity to be, discreet. You can say descriptive with our ratings, but those in the chat, I think their decision overrule us, because we have more people there. But except if you can take the time to vote too, maybe that helps. Showtime, your thoughts on Kepa Arrizabalaга's performance yesterday? I know you love Mendy. I know. Well, let's see. But let me see. I'd be surprised.
I'm just gonna give him. It's out of 10, right? So I give him half because he let the goal in. That's it.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I give him a 5. He's
but usually conceding changes things, whether it was your fault or
he gave
not.
up a goal, man. He didn't save anything. He didn't really have no dilemmas, no problems.
He saved a great shot in the first half. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he gets a 5 still. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, okay, a 5 for you. Okay, I'm gonna check what the rating we have in the chat. Okay, Showtime. While I'm still with you, your rating for Thiago Silva.
Thiago, he's old man Thiago, man. 7.
A 7 for Thiago Silva. Why 7?
Yeah. He would have been higher if he didn't just make an error, man. That goal stems from him. It stems from that side. So I'll give him a 7. Oh man, look, Thiago's been the most consistent defender we've had this whole season. So his consistency lies. It's just that mentally he's there. Physically, you can see that it's diminishing. At 38, we can't really rely on him for the whole season. In all these competitions that we play in, he played decent. He can play better mentally. I'll give him. Let me change that, a 6.
I'm waiting for a tiebreaker in the poll. Kepa rating 40% 6, 40% 8. So let me see if I get a tiebreaker there. But while I wait for that, I will go to Roger. Your rating for Thiago Silva.
I would probably give him a 7 because he reads the game so well, and he did have an error. I mean, by Showtime's logic, I would give him a 5 because it was his error that led to the goal. But I would give him a 7 because I think he is our best defender all year. In fact, for the last year and a half,
But in that game in particular, how did he do for you?
Yeah, I if it wasn't for that error, I would have given him an 8, 8.5. But I give him a 7.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. How about you, Bobby? Thiago Silva.
Yeah, I mean, Thiago has been, Mr. Reliable for us. That mistake was costly. It could be the mistake that kicks us out of the Champions League. Yeah. I would have given him a higher mark, but for that, he'll get a 6 from me.
Yep. For Kepa, remember, even if you're on the panel, what we get in the chat overrules or whatever we say on the panel here. And again, Kepa got 45%. Think Kepa should get an 8. For me, Thiago Silva should still get an 8 because if you saw the performance against Zagreb, you could argue that poor performance overall was due to his absence. Again, he's a defender, but the way he operates, the way he plays from the defense, actually, even though he's in the defense, you can say it trickles down to all the players in the pitch. His approach, he knows when to slow the game down, when to sometimes it does the work of Jorginho, the work that Jorginho should be doing from the midfield area. But that's, by the way, before I put up the poll for Silva, Bobby, I want to ask you, how about Cesar Azpilicueta?
Well, Aspi, he had some moments, but really, Aspi's done, really. that a lot of the lack of sharpness, his anticipation, his instincts. There were some moments, but just not good enough. I'll give Aspie 5.
Roger, how about you for Aspie?
I think Bobby nailed it. The key word, the lack of anticipation. A person with his experience, he should have read that much better.
Yeah, because he got there.
Yeah, exactly. He was beaten by his man. And it only takes a nanosecond just to switch off. I get it. I really do. And he anticipated Silva making that tackle. I understand that. I probably would give him a 6 also.
Showtime, your rating for Silva and why?
I conclude to a 6 as well. I mean, I told you, the play, if Thiago Silva goes out in attack, can Azpilicueta fill that void? And the player went right across his face, and he reacted so slow to cause a goal to go in. So, I mean, yeah, old man Aspie, grandpa. See, Thiago Silva's old man. Azpilicueta is grandpa. He's grandpa now. He's done. I mean, he gets a 6 from me. I mean, that's all I can say about the skipper.
All right, let me just quickly do this. Bobby, while I'm still with you, you can go ahead with the rating for James. I'm still on. I'm going to end at the one for Silva, do the one that's the poll for Silva. I'm going to do the one for Aspie. I think 70% thinks Silva gets a 6. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead for James. Showtime.
Me or Showtime?
No, Showtime while I'm still with him, so I wanted him to go for James.
James, he missed a chance, man. I think it was in the first half. He missed a chance that should have. He took too much. He took too much of a heavy touch, but he had a very decent game in the attack and defensively. I mean, I'll give him an 8. James gets an 8 for me. He's probably one of the best attackers we had out there last night. I mean, I definitely give this guy 8.
Yeah, Roger, how about you for James?
Yeah, I thought he was industrious. He looked sharp. He really has a bad game. I thought his application was excellent yesterday. I'm leaning towards 7.5 to 8. Are we allowed to give halves 0.5s, or is there has to be?
That's up to you. But again, what we have in the chat overwrites it anyway.
Okay, so yeah, let's go with an 8. 7.5 to 8. That's fine.
8 for you. You think James gets an 8?
Yeah. He was our outstanding player in my opinion.
Okay, Bobby, how about you? Your rating for James?
Yeah, I mean, Reece James, sometimes I feel sorry for him because he does deserve a bit better around him, and he can have better around him. He's consistent. This guy is good on the ball. He's intelligent. He has skills to offer. He's got some pace. I love his physicality. I like the sort of shithousery. You can't push him around. He's up for the fight if you want to fight.
But he has to be cautious about that too.
No, he does it the Rudiger style. He does it in such a way that it's so difficult for the referee to really penalize him. If you look when he squared up to that player that pushed him, or they're having a bit of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, he had his hands down by his side, so his arms weren't being raised. He just stood close to the guy to show him, look, I'm not backing away from you. I'm not going to be intimidated by you, but not such that it looked like an offensive lunge. I think the referee was generous giving him a yellow card, and I mean generous to the opposition, because truly that deserved nothing more than a warning. So it's hard to card him in those situations. But you're right, you have to be mindful because often referees are quite against us. But Reece James is really one of the better performers and has been for a while, especially
you can say the most consistent for a while.
Absolutely, especially when he's not returning from injury or anything like that. And for this game, I will give him an 8.
Okay, while I'm still with you, Bobby, again, before I go back to Bobby, please keep liking the video. It's a shame we have just 49 likes today. Maybe my screen hasn't refreshed. We can do better than that. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. We still have some minutes before the end of the show. But if you're a mod, keep reminding people to like the video to help us reach a wider audience. Bobby, while I'm still with you. Again, your rating for Jorginho. He laughs. And did I expect that?
I don't want to go on too much about Jorginho. I'm trying not to. Everything has been said, considering the level of opposition he came across, it's just not good enough. Jorginho, I'll give him a 3.
Ouch.
Yeah, you go ahead, Roger.
Wow. Bobby.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to start Bobby on that one. It's not hate, but every point that Bobby has ever made about Jorginho, I agree with. Go ahead.
Yeah. Bobby, tell me what you really think. I'm just joking. No, I
really think, I wouldn't even score him at all. But
yeah, I know.
But yesterday was one of his better games, actually.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But consider the opposition. It's like if I go in the ring versus Tyson, or if I fight a 3-year-old, yeah, I could probably beat a 3-year-old, but I guarantee you I'm lasting 3 seconds in the ring versus Tyson. Consider the opposition, coach. He looked good, but then again, he's playing against a depleted, inferior team. And I say this with all due respect, because it's just the level. I mean, yeah, I give him a 5. I'm being generous. I'm feeling very, very generous. I give him a 5 because he did try a couple of quick passes and vertical passes, and that impressed me. But he wasn't pushed though. He wasn't really. They didn't try to crowd him. He had plenty of time and space on the ball. So I give him.
Here's one thing I think Jorginho is teaching us again: how a player in most cases play depends on the demands of the manager. I think Potter demanded that. He tried it more often than he did under Thomas Tuchel.
Well, that's because no one was pressuring him, though, coach. Have a look.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I said it comes down to the manager's demands of the player. That can actually impact the way a player plays. But he has to have it. He has it in him on occasions. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, because if you remember, occasionally, like he'll receive a ball and he'll just give a no-look first-time pass vertically last season. He's done it a few times, and he tried a couple of times last night also. But then again, that's because no one is pressurizing him. It's like a quarterback in the pocket. If no one's pressurizing you and you have 7 seconds to stand back there, get your frying pan out, cook your breakfast, and then throw the pass, you're going to look good. But if they're blitzing and you're on your back within 2 seconds, which invariably happens, you're not looking good. So the quarterback is only as good as the offensive line. And you know what? Jorginho is only as good as when he's not pressed. That's the analogy I'm giving for the American audience. Hey, I'm American. I hold an American passport. I can say that.
Yeah, I know. You told me before. Again, the beautiful game. I was waiting for this. That shows you're the only one that voted a 2 for Jorginho. You have to be a bit nicer, my friend. That's not nice. But that's, by the way, I'm guessing a 50 for 50% of 5. For Jorginho. So Showtime, your turn. How do you rate Jorginho's performance and why?
Jorginho gets a consistent 5 from me. I mean, I second what I think Roger said. I mean, it's so much time on the ball that he can do those passes, but he still is Jorginho. There's nothing that he does right now except for. One thing I gotta say he does so much is try to tell the player where to pass the ball when we're trying to advance.
Leadership.
No, it's not leadership. It's annoyance.
Yeah,
he does that too much.
It's leadership, actually. It's good. Believe me, bro. Honestly, it's considered leadership.
No. We're trying to advance the ball. He's like, go back to Thiago Silva. Go back.
So, your point is that he doesn't lead by example. That's how I put it.
He talks too much. He needs to be quiet sometimes. You give away the pass. You screaming, go to Jorginho. they go to Thiago Silva. The defense is going to go to Thiago Silva with the ball. You know, he does it too much. I mean, it's Jorginho. He gets a 5. I can't give myself BP because of high HP because of him, this guy. So 5.
Okay. Again, while I'm still with you, your rating for Kovacic and why?
Kova, he gets a can I get a hat? Can I give a 7.5 or 8?
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Again, it's the people in the chat will override it. Yeah, but I have to say this. I don't know when I'm going to get the chance to finish it. I'm developing a system where I just share the link. People will click on it. So whether it's 0.5 or everything, it factors that in. But it's not going to. I don't know time when it's going to get done. But go ahead.
Cover for me is he does it all. Defense, he starts runs, he makes runs, he does good things. I mean, he needs I mean, Kova and Conte and Kova, your game plan our midfield is stronger, your game plan is over. He needs Conte. J5 and him, I don't think gels well. I think Kova and Conte is our best option in the middle. I mean, I was singing that song day in and day out. Kova and Conte and Kova, our midfield is stronger. Your game plan is over.
Yeah, that's not even up for argument. Kova and Conte is the best pairing, and whenever we play 2 6s, we get better protection for our defense, and then we have a guy who's capable of playing, playing himself out of tight spaces and beat the press and all that. But as much when Kova and Jorginho play together, like I've said before, they have an almost telepathic connection, interplays between them. It is beautiful to watch, but we suffer defensively. So I wouldn't advocate for that. Again, for Kovacic, the chat thinks he gets an 8. Bobby, how about you for Kova? Okay, looks like Bobby. Okay.
I'm trying to unmute myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kova. I think his close ball control in midfield is exceptional. He's very good at beating the press. He can run with the ball and move forward, which is priceless. Kova is hugely important to the Chelsea midfield, and he covers a lot for Jorginho. The deficiencies of Kova is that sometimes he's prone to a stray pass, and he doesn't have the finishing ability. He rarely takes a shot or is able to take a shot, or if he does, it's row Z. And that final third play is a deficiency with him. And indeed, largely with Kante, believe it or not. I mean, he does everything until he gets to the final third. And on occasion, he can score, but more times than not, he won't. However, it's still better than most, and he still takes charge in the middle of the park. He was responsible for a lot of the good play yesterday. He was responsible for the pace yesterday. I have to give Kova 7. I'll give him 7 out of 10.
Right. Those in the chat thinks he gets an 8. And Bobby, while I'm still with you, Cucurella.
Cucurella did well yesterday. A lot of hustle. He broke up a lot of play. I can't really fault him.
He was brilliant for me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a tough decision between him and what's his name?
Chilwell.
Chilwell, that's right. It is a very tough ask. I think defensively he's better than Chilwell. Offensively, Chilwell's better than him. But it's only thin margins. It's not a lot. But yesterday he did well. Can't fault him. I would give him I would probably give him an excellent mark, but for the fact that we drew. So I'll give him 8.
How about you, Roger?
Yeah, I pretty much concur with everything Bobby said. His industry, he does very well. I think he's better defensively. He has greater speed than Chilwell. I thought he ran up and down very well. He reads the game well also, and he does jump quite. If you notice his battles in the
he has. You can say that again. He has a good leap in him, surprisingly.
Yeah, He has that like Jordan-esque ability to stay high in the air, or Ronaldo also. Good calf muscles. I think he does very well for his height. I mean,
And you could
seriously.
argue, this is one of his, best perform. This is his best performance since he joined Chelsea, probably because of the,
Yes, I
presence
agree.
of Graham Potter. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. Listen. He's still new to the team and so forth, and with Potter, I think he'll help the other players understand conceptually what Potter's trying to do. Also, I think he'll be the quarterback in the defense in that regard, relaying information to some extent. Well, at the price we got him, I mean, that's a lot of golf balls, that we spent on him. But he's a good player. I thought he played his best game for Chelsea so far. But then again, consider the opposition. This is what you have to take into account when grading. I would give him an 8. And going back, I didn't get the chance to grade Kovacic. I thought he was the engine in the midfield.
Oh,
for us.
apologies.
No, you never have to apologize to me, old bean. But I will tell you one thing, Coach, and I agree with Bobby. The only criticism I have of Kova, which I love completely, is that he does not score enough goals for us. That's my only complaint about him. Everything else, his application, his desire to tackle, to go back, his turn on the ball, his ability to beat the press, something that obviously Jorginho has not learned from him, is his finishing ability. But then you can say that virtually about every player on our roster. So yeah, I thought Cucurella was an 8, and I thought Kovacic was an 8. I know it seems like we're throwing 8s out like they're free, but that's pretty much those were the standout players. And James.
Yeah, Showtime. Your rating for Cucurella.
Cucurella, I mean, I second that. For me, it's a 7.58. I mean, he seems to understand what Harry Potter wants from him. I think he's comfortable with the manager, so you're going to see the best out of him in these coming games. He played very well defensively yesterday, very sure up. I didn't expect that from him because at first in the beginning I thought him in the back 4 over Chilwell was a little bit of a gamble, but he stood up for himself against me. I mean, he proved me wrong. I just wish the rest of the team would be able to do so. But yeah, he was solid yesterday. I'm very pleased with his performance. He gets an 7.58 for me.
Hey, Showtime, can you imagine if Graham Potter does wear round glasses? That would be so funny.
He might be that for Halloween. It's at the end of October.
That would be great.
All right, Showtime, while I'm with you, get us started with Raheem Sterling.
Raheem Sterling, he had some good bad spells yesterday. I mean, I think that playing
he didn't start well.
Yeah, he has some good bad. That's what I mean by good bad spells.
I recognize it. That was why I said just to put it in another way. He didn't start well. Go ahead.
He had to fit into that wing back position that Potter put him in yesterday, playing him in the wing. I mean, he had defensively, and he had the mindset to play defensive and attack. So I mean, he was doing 2 jobs he's not usually doing. I mean, he has to adjust to this change like we all have to. I mean, he played okay, so I give him probably a 7 or 6.57 for me. But
how about you, Roger? Go ahead. Were you still saying something?
Yeah, he can surely be better, though. He has to be better.
How about you, Roger? Sterling?
Yeah, I thought so. He played out wider than normal. He was by the touchline more. That's why I knew on last night's show I said it'd be a 3-5-2. I thought that actually suited him with his speed because they can play the ball down the channel to him, which they invariably did, and he showed his speed. He did lack a little bit of composure, though, when he had the ability to pass it, as you were saying, screaming, pass it to who was open. Was it Kai or Broja? I can't remember. But he did.
It was Aubameyang. I think on 2-3 occasions he should have put in a quick cross, but he was trying to find space to shoot by himself, which was why I argued that is not common at Man City. Man City, they're very selfless. They're always looking for the better position of the player. So maybe because of probably he feels like he's the guy at Chelsea would want to get the goal himself. But go ahead.
I think he feels like I'm the man here now. They brought me in here. I need to carry this team on my shoulder. Perhaps that's his mentality right now. And it's early days, you know, not just in the season, but in Potter's regime so far. We're talking matter of days. So I say give him time. I thought his application was good. And actually, that him being out more to the touchline actually suits him, where he has that openness. He can exploit, just like a Werner can, his speed and his ability to dribble around people. You know, so this is a bit of an experiment. I would give him a 7, I would say. I mean, I like the way, you've got to give it to him. He did the way he took that ball, rolled it out from his studs, and he was composed. And you know what? This is basics, just training camp stuff. But guess what? I'm worried that other people in our team may not have been as composed as him. You know, that's what the sad thing is. I thought he did well to take that goal. You know, so I give him a 7.5.
No, it was a well-taken goal.
Yes.
It was a well-taken goal. We were doing a watch-along, and I think it was Dan that suggested he should be taken off. I said, no, just leave him. Even though he's having a bad game, he's one of those guys that he gets 3 chances, he puts away 1, even though you haven't seen him in the game all long. And that happened. But I'm glad he got taken off when he did, because he looked tired, like Bobby talked about. But Bobby, go ahead, Roger, if you were still talking. Apologies.
Yeah, I didn't think his game was that bad. I didn't, but I've only seen the game once. I need to review it again, watch the whole game in its entirety again. But I didn't think he didn't stand out as having a poor game to me personally.
Yeah, overall, you could say he didn't have a poor game. He just didn't start well. That's how I say it.
Sure.
Again, let me say, how about you, Bobby? Your rating for Raheem Sterling?
I think Sterling was showing himself to be the only attacker we had. I understand why he was played wide. I think he prefers that. And he took his goal well, although he had time to take the shot. But, you know, a lot of our other attackers would have missed from that distance and even closer. So because he scored and he did his job, I'll give him 8.
Okay, I think that's an 8 is fine, I think. But yeah, and the chat thinks he gets an 8 too. But I'm disappointed. Kukurea got to 7. He actually, even though he didn't score, you could say he got you could say he's the man of the match for me. But that's, by the way, Bobby, while I'm still with you, go ahead with the Havertz rating. Bobby, you still there?
Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, Havertz for you.
Yeah, I mean, Havertz is a player that clearly is still developing, but he's got to that period of his career where the development needs to step up now. You know, fewer misplaced passes, more goal output. Some of the misses he has, I think, is bordering on the unforgivable. Although, to be fair to him, he had mainly half chances, but a player of his quality should be putting them away. I think Havertz could have done better. His performance was slightly disappointing, so I'm going to score him 6.
Okay, Roger, how about you?
Well, actually, if you notice on one of the corners, he won his battle in the air and had a header on target. It's just the defender cleared it like 3 yards in front of the keeper, to the keeper's left, I should say. So he would have scored. I thought he won his duels in the air, which he invariably does, and he had a header on target, which not many of our players have had this season. As I keep on saying, his industry off the ball is excellent. And you're right, Bobby. Yeah, he had a couple of what I would call half chances. Well put, yes. He didn't have any really open chances. He didn't fluff his lines. I would give him a 7.5. I thought he was good. I really like him, and he is developing. And you're right, Bobby. He does need to perhaps step it up. And I think Potter will evolve him, will coach him up, as they say. I believe this season will be pivotal for him. But you do have to bear in mind, he's still, I mean, okay, he's not a fetus, or an embryo, but he's a newborn. You know, he's still very young and he's developing. So I think we should give him a little bit of slack. But I give him 7.5. I really like him. He's quality. He's silky.
Yeah, but here we get the argument from Jeff Tasikwe. He says this fan base is just extraordinary. Again, backward. Then we wanted a player who can take the team on his shoulders and be a bit selfish to draw defenders and create chances or score. Now Sterling is selfish. Here's the thing: we want him to do that, but sometimes. With his experience, Aubameyang was already making the run. It just put in one-time cross, and he was literally on the flanks. There's no need to try to cut all the time, if you get my point. But yeah, you have every right to argue that. But that's not me saying he's all the time selfish. He was yesterday. That time when Aubameyang was screaming for the ball at the other end, just put it in there. Had it been a Benchua. Or you could say, yeah, Cucurella did put it into the box for Aubameyang to get at the end of it. That's the easier option. That's the point. Sometimes, yeah, you need to be a bit selfish. But in that case, I don't think you should try it to cut back in, cut back out. But I get your argument too, and I respect your opinion, and you know that, bro. And you know I love you. I love seeing you here. So thank you for the contribution. And if you're feeling sleepy, here's the bed for you. But that's, by the way, again, I think Porter played 3-3-2-2. Adeoye Emmanuel, thank you for finding the time to join us, brother. I appreciate you finding time to do so. Cucurella played as left center back. Yep. Then 3 midfielders with James and Sterling as wingers. Then Kai and Havertz up front two. What? Where did Aubameyang play? Yeah, just go through it again, brother. Maybe that will help. Again, but that's, by the way, Showtime, your rating on Havertz.
Kai Havertz, man, a 6, 6.5. I'm not going than that. I'm not really. Kai Havertz, the time is now. I mean, the amount of caps you have under your belt is no more. He's still growing. I'm not buying that. Your adjustment period to the Premier League is done. You've been here for about 2-3 seasons, going on your 3rd season now. The adjustment period is done. It's no more adjusting. It's time for you to produce or sit on the bench and wait your time out until you're ready to produce. I mean, it's about time, because at the end of the day, the goals got to come from somewhere. We can't only rely on Sterling to produce the goals. He's an attacker. I'm quoting this, he creates chances. You got to finish the chances you create, because there has to be an end to your creation. There got to be an end product, and right now there's no end product coming from Kai Havertz. So, I mean, it's either you put up or you sit out. That's it.
Okay, one say with you. How about Mount? Oh no, I don't want to hear it.
You might as well start with. You didn't let Roger start with Mount. Let Roger start with Mount, please. I'll come back.
No, just go ahead. You know I'm kidding, bro. You know I love you, bro. Go ahead.
Seriously, because okay, I'll start with Mount. I mean,
nah.
what can I say that I didn't say about Mount already, man? Mount is Mount for me. I think he just as Kai Havertz, his grace period to produce is coming to an end. He has to produce now. I don't care about what you do with your runnings and your pressing. It has to be an end product to your attacking. More of a selfish player, and be more of a team player. I mean, because we have Sterling now, I think he needs to reduce that role of, I got to be the man, because you're not the man. For me, Mason Mount yesterday was okay. It was better than we've seen him in previous games, for sure. I think this was his best game thus far this season. For me, he needs to do better, be better. And I'm just tired of Mason Mount, to be honest. I think, like Bobby said, I 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th suggest the fact that Gallagher should be giving him the competition that he needs to give him that push. Because I think Gallagher, as of right now, is in better form than Mount and should be starting over Mount. That's about it. He gets a 6 for me.
Roger, how about you, Mount? Roger, are you still with us?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
No, you're fine.
Okay, so I agree with Showtime's assessment to a certain extent. I really do. However, he does create chances. He's good. He passes. Does he need to execute and be more clinical? Yes, but you can say that about every player except a goalkeeper. It's simple as that. But you have valid points. But having said that, if you look at like a Liverpool and a few other teams, they press up high. So you have to be industrious, and he does. He puts in the effort, and he's a good tackler. He reads the game well, and he can be clinical. He is a very good number 8. He really is.
Some good defending from him yesterday, actually.
Yes, he is. He's an all-round player. You know, I tried to look at him like I'm not a pro or anti-Mount person. I try to look and observe each player individualistically. You know, okay, yes, I look at goalkeepers differently. I concede that. But I'm talking about differentially. I try to look at players, and I think he's a very, very good player. He's going to go down as possibly a legend for us in time, but only time will tell. But I believe right now, yes, he's going through a down time, and probably his legs are a bit jelly. Maybe he does need a rest. And I'm impressed with Gallagher also. But I do believe Mount is. I give him a 7 to a 7.5 for last night. I rate
Bobby,
him.
how about you?
Him as a professional, generally speaking, I rate him highly. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Bobby, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, when I reflect upon Mount, I think of somebody in my team who, and this is an entirely different scenario, different way of, different work environment, but somebody who, this guy, he's really good, or he has the potential to be really good at the job, but he has a lot of phobias. And because he has a lot of phobias, he spends a lot of time doing other people's job in the team to cover up. And so when someone is doing X in the team, because he's not good at what he's meant to be doing, he'll quickly run and do what that person is doing, creating a bit of an overkill in that area and making there be a focus on really what he's not been paid to do. Now, I know this might not be an example easy to understand, but I, in my mind, see Mount at this point in time doing that. A lot of players, when they are not scoring, especially when it comes to attackers, I know he's not an attacker per se, but when they're not scoring, they try and make up for it by work rate and doing other things on the pitch, which is fine. But ultimately, if you're a number 9 or you're a striker, you're bought to score goals. That's not Mount's job. His job is quite multifactorial, and he does a lot in that area for the team. That's good. But ultimately, he has 2 main jobs, and that is to be creative, and that is to surge the team forward in terms of forward play, and to get the occasional goal. At this point of time, he's not really doing either of those. And I think he's a bit jaded. I think perhaps he's also a little bit too guaranteed. That's not his fault. That's because of the high standards he has set for himself. And he's at a crucial point of his career in that he can't hide anymore. The bar is very high at Chelsea. When you've had people like Lampards of this world and so on play in his position, he's got to start to step it up. So for this game, I will give Mount 6, and I will definitely wave Gallagher under his nose to make him realize that we've got somebody who can take his place.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gallagher started life under Thomas Tuchel as a 6. But I think maybe Graham Potter recognizes that's not his position. But that's, by the way, Bobby,
good
while I'm
news-
still with you, how about Aubameyang? Go ahead, Roger. Were you going to say something?
The good news is we have depth at that position with Mount and Gallagher. I truly believe they both have serious potential to be amazing players. I think we need to embrace that.
Yeah, do you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the time we nearly had Gerrard and Lampard, and people were saying, "Oh, it's not going
Can
to
you
work."
imagine?
Yeah,
They can play
was all
together.
for it, because not only could they play in place of each other, but if they had to play together, they could do so many other things as well. And yes, it's good to have them both, but they both got to be on form. And at the
agree.
moment, Mount is not on form.
Yeah, I agree.
And Gallagher hasn't been fairly treated in that he hasn't really had too much of a run out in his
He hasn't
position.
been given the litmus test at all.
No. Now, as for Aubameyang, look, Aubameyang, I think yet again that was another, I call it political selection, in that he's clearly had. Yeah, I'll explain. For this game, I'm not talking in general. I'm just saying for this game.
Sure.
I think he's clearly had discussions with Aubameyang, and from all the platforms I'm listening to, it's quite clear that Aubameyang was a little bit rattled by the departure of Tuchel, because he came to Chelsea for Tuchel. And, he's saying things like, I haven't spoken to him properly, but I'll get in touch with him afterwards. And he's quite upset by it. And he needs an arm around him. This is good management. Now, he probably is concerned that at his age and, if he doesn't hit the ground running, that without Tuchel, he won't be guaranteed of his starting positions. And I think this was a bit of an olive branch from Potter to start him, knowing really he's not quite ready. All that mask, I think there's a measure of if, as we are made to believe, the attack he went through actually happened. I don't care who you are. You have to. There's a period of trauma that goes with that. If you've ever been beaten up for real, it's not something you forget easily. And you have some phobias. Somebody walking up behind you. You feel some type of way. If I can speak like you Americans.
PTSD.
Yeah, it is PTSD. I can speak from experience. You're not comfortable. You go into a place that has certain, looking people around you. You get a bit weary, and they may not even have anything to care about you. So I think there is that with him. He needs a little bit of therapy and healing. All this wearing a mask and, well, yes and no, but the guy. There was questions of him having to have surgery on his facial fracture. So it's something. I think that's an impediment. I think he needs time, and he's come to a different club. He didn't do that badly, but I know for a player of his caliber and experience, we could and probably should have expected more, but for his condition. So with all that taken into consideration, I'll give him a 6.
Yeah, and the chat thinks a 6 too. Roger, what do you think before you once you're done with Aubameyang, you can go ahead with Broya.
Yeah, I can echo Bobby's sentiments for Aubameyang completely. I mean, I don't think he's not so much physically, but psychologically ready to play. I mean, I'm assuming it's pure conjecture on my part, but it seems that way. He doesn't seem. I don't know. I don't think he's match ready.
Something is off.
Yeah, something is off, and it's something we're not privy to because we're not on the training ground, we're not in the locker room, etc., etc. So, but taking all that aside and just basing it purely on what my eyes are telling me on the pitch, he was subpar. He was subpar. A man of his clinical ability, experience, knowing how to read the game and knowing how to finish, being clinical, he didn't put himself in that many positions and maybe he wasn't afforded the luxury also. So you have to take that consideration. I give him a 6, and maybe if he didn't experience that break-in, maybe he would be completely different. So I don't want to give him a poor grade based on his performance, because I don't believe it's fair on him. If you understand my meaning, I believe he's been put in an unfortunate position, whether he realizes it or not. I think that's safe to say. Broja, I'll be honest with you. I've seen very little of him until this year, because I didn't really watch Southampton games, and maybe I need to. I have the ability to watch all the Southampton games. Maybe I'll do that this week. But I'll be honest with you, I'm impressed. Every time I see him on the ball, he looks like a threat. He looks clinical. He looks like he's in control. He looks like he looks the perfect. He looks the whole package, in my opinion. The way he's on the ball, the way he goes off the shoulder of a centre back. Did you not notice that yesterday? I thought.
Yeah, I noticed that. Again, and in the case of Bray, I think the moment he gets the first 0 goal, the rest will be history.
Yeah,
The moment that door opens for him, I think he'd be unstoppable. Go ahead, Roger.
I think if you give him 4 or 5 consecutive starts, give him continuity, give him. He needs to get warmed into the team and blended into the team. I think he's going to be a solid player. I think we can start judging him once he's been given 4 or 5 consecutive starts. I think he's going to be outstanding. And I'm impressed with him. He's the player that, out of all that team selection yesterday, that's the thing that got me. I was sure he would start. But I'm impressed with him each and every time. I give him... Well, he wasn't really on the pitch that long. When was he subbed in? Like the 70-something minute? When? I can look it up. Hold on.
I'll do that for you. He came on... 66 minutes. So,
66. So, okay, he had 20 so minutes. He impressed me. I give him a 7.5, considering he had little time to really impart himself in the game. But what he did do, he linked up well. I like him.
How about you, Bobby? Your thoughts on Broya, and let us know. Do you think he should start the next game?
Yes, I do. Armando Broja was 21 years old 5 days ago.
Is it 20 yet, or even 20?
21.
Go ahead.
5 days ago. Born in 2001. I mean, this kid is. Do you know what? Each time I see him play, I keep asking myself, how come he doesn't come to my mind during my Cobham visits? I can't remember him. He must have been extremely young then. And he is, Armando Broja is such a talent.
Yes.
That I know a lot of the talk of him going to West Ham was brown envelope stuff. There was no way Chelsea will let this guy go. He has to start next match. I fully understand why he hasn't been starting and why they have been easing him in. He's a youngster. He's a young player. You need to govern his head as well as his body, as well as his tactical awareness. And sometimes with a kid like that, with all the enthusiasm and everything, yes, you want him to have that, but you want to be able to rein it in so he doesn't come out there like a bull in a china shop and completely wreck his career. So he's being managed. I get it. I think he's due a start because that should be part of his management. And as you've said, Coach, and everybody else, I believe, is saying, one goal from him will start to open the floodgates. I think he has the physicality. He has the pace. He's good on the ball. Yes, he fluffed the future.
More importantly, the intelligence.
The intelligence, the intensity, and with a good manager that knows how to get in the head of a young player, knows how to positionally get them performing. I have a lot of hope in Armando Broja. I'm glad he signed this new long-term contract. I'm glad he's with the first team. I don't want him pushed in that, people expecting him to play week in, week out. I don't want that for him. Unless he suddenly proves he can manage it. And I think that's a big ask for a 21-year-old. You know, they have periods where they lose form, and then you need to be able to swap them out. But Armando Broja, for the little time he played, I was very impressed. That time when Kepa put him on and he took the ball from our half all the way to the other half. And I think he went one-on-one with the keeper as well, didn't he, at one point?
Yeah, I don't remember, but again, that was a brilliant move from him. The pace, the control, the intelligence to look up, find a player, that was beautiful to see.
He has Diego Costa's build.
Yeah, I have so much hope for this kid. You know, you can't push him around. He's got a bit of the Diego Costa about him. You know, I have a lot of hope for him, and I think the future is bright with this lad. You see, another thing we often forget with some of these youngsters. I mean, for goodness sake, Christian Pulisic. Yes, you know, he's 23. You know, we tend to forget. You know, same with Kai Havertz. These guys are young. And that's why we have to cut them some slack. You know, Mason Mount, what is he, 22? Yeah, at best 23 soon. So, you know, we know this. We know that they have to be given some time. But, you know, Armando for sure. I'm going to give him, because I'm feeling so generous and impressed with him, I'll give him the highest marks I've given today. That's 8.5.
Whoa.
Bobby, while I'm with you quickly, Christian Pulisic, we have like how many players to finish? How about Christian Pulisic?
Yeah, I mean, Pulisic, it was not really fair. He came on for what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes?
Let me see. Let's be sure. Let's be accurate there. 84 minutes. So yeah, I think it wouldn't be fair to judge him that badly, but unfortunately, those in the chat thinks he gets a 4. But you go ahead.
Wow.
Plus injury time, you're looking at 10 minutes maximum. No, it's not fair.
It's not fair, really, yeah.
It's not fair. He's 23 years old. I think he's still in what I call the mentally fragile state, the state where all sorts of things could get into his head.
He's under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. All the hype he's getting from America. I don't think his father helps much with his
too much pressure for his age and too much expectation.
Exactly. You know, and I said, you know, I don't think his dad helps much with some of those silly tweets, which clearly he's seen and has retracted and is trying to stay a bit quiet. Give Christian some slack. I know he's one of those that we have a question mark around him, but I think maybe Graham Potter, if he's the manager we're all told he is, will probably find a way to get him firing again. Will he play every game? I don't think so. I don't think he'll do that at any club unless he wants to go to a lower club. But will he get game time? Absolutely, especially if he improves. So because he hasn't really had much of an opportunity in this game, I'll give him a 6.
Yeah, I think I'll upgrade that just to be fair. That's the key. That's really bad. Roger, your thoughts on Christian Pulisic?
Yeah, I echo once more everything that Bobby has said. I think it's an astute observation. He's very young. I'm guilty of that. I keep on forgetting how young he really is because he's been around quite a while. And as I said, until that injury of the hamstring in the FA Cup final for a few months, he was our best player, hands down. He has the ability. He's shown that he can play in the Premier League and in the Champions League. He's proven it. I think he's a bit unfortunate, whether it's genetically or not, because he gets injured a lot, and everyone reacts to impact differently, physiologically, biologically. Does that make sense? So that's not his fault, you know, technically speaking. I think he's a superb player, and I think he needs the right environment, the right setup, formation, and coach to bring the best out of him. I think his upside is huge. I really do.
Yeah, and his case always reminds me of Ian Robben. We'll let him go, and the rest is history and all that.
Oh wow, yeah, ouch. Yeah, and I think he's under a lot of pressure from America, coach. I mean,
a lot. So much is expected of the kid, and again, so much pressure.
That's unfair. That's really unfair.
Yeah. Truthfully, again, if you're watching it, just 55 likes, just keep liking. We'll have a few minutes to round up the show. If you haven't, please just like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. AD is gone again. Why not with you, Roger? Loves to stick your rating for him.
11. I'm joking. He impresses me each and every time I see him on the pitch. His physicality, his application, the willing to go forward. You know, for a big man, you know, he kind of reminds me. I'm not comparing him, so please don't take this out of context. But he reminds me of
No.
a man that is huge but has the technical ability on the ball of someone that should be 5'8". He's impressive. He's strong. He's fast for his size. He has vision, and he's willing to track back, and he tackles. He's good in the air. For me,
commitment more importantly.
Yes. He applies himself, coach. I think we haven't seen the best of him yet. And I've said this so many times. He's been so unlucky with injuries. If he can stay healthy, I think he's going to be a huge part of this team based on what I've seen. I rate him highly. But he was on the pitch. I don't know. I can't remember what minute he came on in the 70th or something. I give him a 7. Actually, I give him an 8, a 7.5 to 8, because, you know, he actually had a couple of runs that were penetrating and asked questions of their defense. Consider the opposition, I get it, but he nearly got us a penalty also. No, I rate him. I thought he did very well.
He had a carpet cross too that nobody got onto.
Yes, yes. I love the chap. I do. I rate him highly. I give him an 8.
Yeah, Roger, what else would you have about Gallagher?
Sorry, sir?
How about Gallagher?
On this game, I thought he showed a lot of speed, power. He looked like a bull in the china shop. And I'm not talking about technically. I'm talking about, you could see he wanted the ball, and you could see when he was on the ball, he was looking. He was a difference maker. He made an impact. Unlike Pulisic, he didn't make an impact, but Gallagher did. And I think Mount has serious, what's the term I'm looking for? He has serious competition, and he needs to wake up, because I think Gallagher, he played very well for the few amount of minutes he played. I think he's going to be a very good player for us. I mean, I think we have a lot of unhidden gems, and we have a deep squad in so many ways. They just need to gel, and they need to be more clinical. It's a simple game. Concede less goals than your opposition and score more goals than the opposition. It's really, in its simplistic form, it's not that complicated. And we're not really doing that collectively as a team. But Gallagher, I rate him. I really do.
Yeah, Bobby, how about you for Gallagher? Go ahead, Reggie. What you were saying, if you were to say.
I'll give him like a 7.5. But you know, these subs that come on, it's really hard to judge a sub. You know, unless they come on and score 2 goals in 5 minutes or whatever. You know, but I do rate him, and I thought he was outstanding when he came on. He really was. He was a difference maker in that regard. Sorry, Bobby.
Yeah, but no, you don't have to. I think he understands. Bobby, your rating for Gallagher?
Yeah, Gallagher or Ruben? Which one do you want me to start with?
Okay, do both. If you missed out on Ruben, do Ruben, and then do Gallagher. You're fine.
Okay, I mean, I'll start with Ruben. I mean, everyone knows I have a lot of time for Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He's one of those that I did see as a kid in Cobham. Even back then, he was incredibly talented. Ruben's problem was that injury, which would take anybody an eternity to come back from, if they ever come back at all. Not to mention somebody, not to mention somebody of his size. Yeah. You know, Ruben is an exceptional player, and somebody that I'm really looking forward to Graham Potter working with. You know, people have been harsh on Ruben. Listen, Ruben is 26 years old. He's not a kid anymore, but he still has a couple of years to go to his peak. He's not 27 till January next year. You know, Ruben is still there. He just has to stay fit. Ruben can be used in the Potter revolution. He's an example of how important that guy is to us. Is
Here,
that free kick that was almost a penalty that he got? Opposition find this guy a nightmare to handle because of his pace, his power, his ability on the ball, which sometimes reminds me of Kovacic because of his close control from midfield. He is definitely a keeper for Chelsea. He is definitely
position. Where is his best position? Sorry for being so rude, but where is his best position? He's a utility man.
Yeah,
do
you know what?
Okay.
His best position, you're right, is an 8. But with someone like Ruben, he doesn't need a best position. His best position is the fact that he's a utility. He can play anywhere.
He's diverse.
Ruben, he can play anywhere. Left foot, right foot, he can use. His head, he can use.
Oh, he's great.
He just needs to be allowed to find his form, and he needs to stay injury free. And I like the way Graham Potter used him yesterday. Not necessarily starting him, but bringing him on to cause the damage, which he very nearly did, but for some poor finishing of others. I have a lot of time for Ruben. I think he's an immaculate player. I pray he stays fit. I hope the new owners look to extend his contract till at least he's in his early 30s. I will give him another 8 for yesterday. That's coming off the bench. That's quite remarkable.
Can I just say something very quickly, Coach and Bobby? I think perhaps because of we have so many 8s, we have Mount, Gallagher.
I didn't give Mount an 8. You mean just saying, position? Yeah, the position. I think maybe a change of formation eventually would help us achieve getting the best people on the pitch in their position eventually. Yeah, I mean, we will most certainly change formation with Graham Potter for sure. He did it yesterday. Modern football has it that there are many teams that have a flood of either 8s or 10s. Like Man City, they have a lot of 10s. But it's a blessing more than a vice, because a lot of these guys can play in other positions as well. Coming to Gallagher now. Gallagher's a kid I feel a bit sorry for, and I'm glad Tuchel persisted with him because he deserves it. In the game, he got the red card. That was the game I finally turned on J5. It annoyed me that a player of his wealth of experience, and I mean, I wasn't like this about J5.
Really?
Even over the summer, I wasn't. I always tried to give him a
Bobby
chance.
never advocated him staying at the club. He always wanted him out.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, the last straw was Gallagher. That red card where you're expecting a 21-year-old kid to be covering for you on the football pitch when you're there to teach him, that really annoyed me. I think, Gallagher, because of his ability to play and to be flexible, he's been played to his weakness rather than his strength.
Sure.
And
for me, sorry.
So go on.
Go ahead, Bobby. He's waiting for you. Go ahead.
It was the Man United era and then the Real Madrid era. Those two things last season turned me off him. So please proceed. I apologize, Bobby.
But, however, now that, especially last night, he came on and played in his right position. We're beginning to see the real Gallagher. The game against Leicester, before he was sent off, he played well. I just think we need to give this kid a chance. He didn't do badly yesterday. I was impressed with the energy, as has been said, that he brought when he came on. Long may we see that. I think personally, the next game, I would like to see him just start ahead of Mount, and then bring Mount on, either with him still on the pitch or substituting him. It's a good rotation for those two. So based on what he did yesterday, I'll score him 7. Sorry, I think so.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I scored him 7.
Okay.
You're talking about Gallagher, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but the overwhelming majority thinks it's 6, but I think he should have gotten a 7. And I'm inclined to upgrade Cucurella's rating again. Practically, he's the man of the match. I don't know why they think it's a 7. But Bobby, while I'm still with you, you go ahead with Ziyech.
Hakim Ziyech disappoints me. For all the hype that came with him, he's been disappointing me. He had a couple of good games in our Champions League winning season. He had those good games against Man City. Other than that, I don't like a grown-up that sulks, especially a grown man. I think it's such a bad look. Hakim Ziyech is a sulker. If something doesn't go his way, he sulks. Rather than dig deep and perform, he throws, the toys out of the pram. I have no time for that. Yeah, I don't even call it petulant. I call it highly immature. I have no time for that. He's not good on the ball. He can barely beat his man. So many times you find him getting dispossessed. There's one thing about physicality in a game that is sometimes misunderstood. You can be slightly built and be strong in the tackle and be physical. Crikey, Makaleli was all of a pint of nothing, but you would rarely see him getting bullied off the ball. The same with Kante. Kante is a little guy, but you don't expect him to win an aerial ball, but there's a way he hustles and harries in the pitch.
William too, strong, small.
Yeah,
strong.
You don't push them off easily. You don't need to always your physical size helps, but sometimes if you're professional enough and you're good enough, you can get away with physicality. I have to say, to be fair to Mount, for a guy that's not particularly very big, you don't often get him bullied because he knows how to set his body, how to carry his body. Football is about the fight, the determination. I always think of, what's this guy, McGinn in Aston Villa. My goodness me, McGinn is a little chap, but people hate playing against him. And if anybody's as old as me, who he reminds me of, and can remember the likes of people like Billy Bremner.
Oh, God, for Leeds.
Yeah.
I remember
he was a very little guy, but in the days where there was no protection in football, he would hold his own. So Hakim Ziyech is a big disappointment. He gets bowled over like he's nothing. I mean, he's an athlete, for goodness sake. Hold your own. Yeah, or use your speed to get out of trouble. So I'm not impressed. The way he misses chances, he doesn't set up enough. Ziyech, I'll give him a 4. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I think you're with the with the chat. The chat I gave him a 4 too.
Well, to me, it was glaring, coach. Like the quality of his corners lately have been abysmal. They rarely beat the first man, let alone the second. He is technical. I know you're a proponent of him. I know you like him, and I agree. He is. He's Mahrez. We have a poor man's Mahrez from City. That's how I look at him. He's left foot. He reminds me of him. He's good, but he needs space. If he's pressed, he's bullied off the ball. He's not built for the Premier League. That's maybe I'm being too harsh on him, but I felt that from day one. And I've seen him. He does sulk. It's not very, it's not pretty to watch. I agree with what you said, Bobby. Yes, again. I think he has a lot of talent. I think his game is best suited for the Eredivisie in the Netherlands or, maybe the Spanish game. I think he's suited to that league. He is technical. He does have skill. But he has an attitude issue also.
Yeah. Roger, while I'm still with you, before we call it a day, again, where do we go from here? What do you think, do you see the team doing even better the next game? Because overall, to me, I think we played well. And like I said before, had we won this game, I think we don't usually look at where the issues lie if we don't
Well,
if we win games.
I was really shocked with the player decisions, like Broja not playing, and then the 100+ million shekels that we bought for our back to Koulibaly, and Fofana. I was shocked that they were not starting. I was dumbfounded. I think we can do better. I understand he went with the experience. I get it. I really do. I think this team has a lot of upside, and it's going to be a slow path, I believe. I listen. I could be wrong. We could be top 4. We could even win the league. Theoretically and mathematically, it's possible. Likely, no. I think top 7. I don't think we make it out of our Champions League group. I'd be shocked if we do. We have to really step it up. It's too early to see where we go from here, because I want to see another, so we say 6 to 10 more games under Potter and see how he's developing the team, both collectively and certain individuals. That's what I want to see. And we have to give him time. No one thought that when Conte came in that we would win. We were losing 3-0 to Arsenal. Then we went to a back 3, and guess what? We won the league. So no one predicted that. Who knows? Do you see where my logic is? So
yeah.
But I have faith in Potter because of his psychological approach and his approach generally to people. When asked that question about how are you going to react to these egos in the dressing rooms, and what did he do? He broke them down as individuals. They're humans. I know how to treat humans. So I like his approach. I really do. He's very much in the mold of Ancelotti in that way. He's very personable. I think if you look at our roster, our depth chart, I think Bobby will concur with me on this, that we have serious potential and we have depth in quite a few positions. Not least of all is keeper also. Whichever keeper starts, I have faith in both of them. They're 2 outstanding keepers. They're rarely discussed, but I'm telling you, they are the essence of the defense. And I think whoever he decides to start mainly as the keeper, I think that will solidify with the back 3 or 4, depending on the formation. The key is to keeping clean sheets and being more clinical. That's what we need to do. And I think Potter's the man for it. Question is, how long does it take? Are we talking months?
Yeah, that's the most important question.
Yeah. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, sure. Sincerely. Bobby, your thoughts, where do we go from here? What do you think needs to change, or do you think we're fine as we are, things will get better? Or do you think change is necessary in terms of personnel? And do you think he has good enough squad just to make the right selection?
Definitely change is necessary, certainly in midfield in terms of personnel. As I've said, I still have my eye on Casido and Alvarez coming in. Look, it's very early. It's 1 game for Graham Potter. So there's a huge amount of learning, adjustments, and all sorts for him to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is a very big concern, the situation we're in now. It's not totally lost, but it's very unlikely from how things are that we will make it out of the Champions League group or even make it into the top 4. And this is the problem. Football, especially modern football at this level, even more, at par with finances, is prestige, because prestige gets you your finances. Prestige of a club like Chelsea is pivotal. Barcelona mortgaged their club this summer to try and sustain prestige. We cannot be dropping out of the Champions League at the group stages and be groveling to try and make it through the league. It just should not be happening at Chelsea. And it's the prestige cost is huge. It's huge. If we're not back in the Champions League again next summer, it can knock off a few zeros on the money these people are trying to receive from the club. Believe me, especially as football is going global. I know another thing that's really hurting the Bowley group was our shambolic performance in America during the preseason. These things matter. You know, they matter because we're trying to court a different fan base. For us oldies that support Chelsea and us in Europe, we forget that we're still trying to sell ourselves to the rest of the world. It's more than just us that live in and around the King's Road, as it were. It's now about the world, and it's now about our marketing appeal to the world. So we must maintain our relevance. And as I say, this is why Barcelona mortgaged their club in order to buy players, because they need to maintain their relevance. Going forward, is all lost? No. Have we given ourselves a mountain to climb already? Yes, we have. Can Graham Potter do it? Well, I would like to have faith in the choice of the new owners, because they have a stake in this matter, that he can do it. Do we need a change of some personnel? As I keep saying, definitely in midfield. The future is right, because we're looking at getting in a director of football. I don't think it's a coincidence that Christoph Friend was sat right there in Stamford Bridge making notes.
And he's agreed. He's agreed to Chelsea's approach and learning.
There you go. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he agreed. That he's spoken with Chelsea.
Yeah, I was going to say that clearly. To me, that shows negotiations are well underway. And that's a good thing. You know, I don't know him personally, but from what I've heard, you know, we're not scraping from the bottom of the barrel. You know, if we were going for people like that guy at PSG, these guys are serious. And let me tell you, you know, much to the frustration of those people that thought after Abramovich has gone, Chelsea are financially washed up. These people have proved quite the opposite. They will pay the going rate. You know, this is a club with financial muscle. Make no mistake about it. And no, make no mistake about it. And they will get what they want. But the trouble is, they are also a group looking for profit for the club in the shall I say, mid to longer term. They know they have a bigger financial outlay. They need to stabilize the club while they are addressing the stadium issue, which is another huge investment, second only to the purchase of the club itself. So these are important times. We can't mess around too much. And I'm just hoping that with the skills we're made to believe that Graham Potter has, he has no choice now other than to start to dip into the old Cobham Academy graduates, your likes of Rubin, your likes of Connor, your likes of Brozier, and get them firing, because they are the people that are going to get us across the line and out of this stagnation that we're currently in.
But Bobby, can I just say something? Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise that, and I say this not tongue-in-cheek, I say this seriously, if we don't make it out of the group stage, which in all likelihood is going to transpire, then we win the Europa League. That's maybe our only ticket to the Champions League next season.
Well, it's looking like that has been, you know, you can say, what's the term I'm looking for? It has happened let me just say it has happened for the past 6 years or so. Win something big, next end up in Europa League, win it, come back again, become even better. There's a pattern to it now.
Well, I don't think we can assume getting knocked into the Europa League means we're going to win it.
No.
But I'm just saying, it just seems as if there's a pattern to it. It has happened on 2 occasions now. After winning the Champions League again, and then the next year struggle, not even,
we're consistently inconsistent.
It's a game I really would rather we don't play. Sure. Because as I say, you know, it's humiliating enough you get knocked out of the Champions League. Where we save face was winning the Europa League. Where the humiliation will be compounded is if you don't win the Europa League either. Then what do? We don't need that sort of publicity. We need to stay relevant in the Champions League.
Oh, I agree.
Need to progress.
I'm just saying that this is, I believe, our only, looks like our most likely ticket of making it to the Blue
and here's another point here from the Blue Tiff again. That is, if we even finish third in the group, we're currently bottom. It's not a given. Yeah, a good point there. And again, go ahead if you have a point so we can round off. I think we've streamed for a while. It's been an enjoyable, you can say, conversation, debate, and overall, yeah. Thank you guys for finding time to join. Anything else you want to say, Bobby or Roger?
True.
I
think I'm done.
I want us to migrate away from Jorginho. I want to see us using other
Yeah,
players.
unfortunately, we can't until January.
Yeah, no, I get
yeah.
it. That's what I want to see. He's too much of a defensive liability, because we're not going to be playing teams like last night in the future too often. So we need.
Bobby, anything else, or should we call it a day?
No, I have nothing else to add. Thanks for having me. Great conversation. Good having the opportunity to chat with Roger.
Likewise.
Very intelligent guy. And yeah, we look forward to the next time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roger. I hope you've seen his. I've sent you his Twitter handle. I don't know why he doesn't have 10,000 yet, given all how he contributes to the community. But I know it will happen again. Thank you very much, guys. I want to say thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the Bluetooth game for helping, as one of the mods, being in the chat, helping keep things civil and respectful. Thank you to the Queen of the House for doing it likewise. I appreciate that. Thank you to Liam Lane also for being in the chat, helping things keep things clean. I cannot thank you guys enough. Again, immense thanks to you all. Hope to see you guys again during another show, probably the Blue Morning Show or the Convo Show, which will start soon to keep people busy, as football, takes a break. With that, I say thank you. God bless us all. See you guys next time, and bye. you.